be seated. Clerks now in session. Turn up your cell phones, please.
Your Honor, in the matter of the Commonwealth versus Brian Walshe, Norfolk Superior Court Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091. The matter is called for trial. Defendants present in court with his attorney Larry Tipton and Kelly Porges. Commonwealth is represented by ADA Greg Connor, Ann Yaz, and Tracy Cusick. Counsel, starting with the Commonwealth, kindly identify yourselves for the court and the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Connor for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Brian Walshe.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walshe.
Welcome, everyone. Please be seated. Let me start by a few things that I had on my radar for this morning and then a few things that you put on my radar last night. Wrapping up our statistics with regard to our impanements, I just want to put on the record, on the last day of jury impanements, we saw 45 jurors. 30 of those answered yes to question 5. 2 were seated. 1 person answered yes to question 8. 0 people were seated. And I think if my math is accurate, and I'm sure one of you will correct me if I'm not, at the end of the impanelment, the Commonwealth exercised 4 peremptories, the defense exercised 8 peremptories. There are a few motions that have been circulating in the last few hours, and I want to first address with the parties it doesn't have a paper number, but has a title of Defendant's Motion in Limine to exclude the evidence of the hole in the ceiling at the Walshe residence and the remainder of that, to which the Commonwealth opposed. Do either party wish to be heard on that in oral argument?
No, Your Honor.
Your Honor, with respect to the ceiling, I'd rest on the papers. However, with the Richard Walker email, through an investigation, nothing ties this email ruse to Mr. Walshe. We have indicated that we have no intention on crossing on this, on making this an issue in the case, so it really is just a red herring that could be potentially inflammatory. It has no relevance. As the court knows, he pled to misleading, and this is not consciousness of guilt. This doesn't go to malice because nothing is tied to him. So I don't think it should be submitted to the jury.
Thank you.
Your Honor, the email was being put in to show the thoroughness of the investigation. The police received it as one of the many tips, and they actually asked the defendant about the name in one of the interviews. And so that is why the Commonwealth was seeking to enter the email, so it would show why the police were asking about this particular name.
Defense's motion is denied. The evidence will be admitted. It is relevant to the issues, even with regard to the issue of Richard Walker. The Commonwealth gets to prove its case and prove that it was thorough, and its case, I'll permit it in my discretion. There's another motion that you raised by email to Madam Clerk yesterday or last night. With regard to the emails of Mr. Fasto. And I asked this morning, Madam Clerk, to ask you, what paper are you talking about? Because I know it was a long break, but I don't remember reviewing Mr. Fasto's emails since the time I reviewed them in connection with the grand jury. And that was in connection with the summer motions that we had. I got back, and, oh, it's paper number 200. It's not paper number 200. Paper number 200 has to do with defendant's own text messages. So as a preliminary matter, we can handle it down the line unless somebody feels that they are going to have a problem with that in terms of your opening statements. You know what I mean? All right. So is there a problem with that, not resolving that for the Commonwealth?
I was going to reference a image that was sent to Mr. Fasto in my opening.
Is that the photo of Anna Walshe and her son?
Yes. And the basis for that, Your Honor, is that Mr. Mutlu acknowledges in an interview that it was sent to Mr. Fasto that evening. And so that was where the good faith basis was to mention it. So I was intending to mention it. Also, the defendant acknowledged a text of that photo in one of the interviews.
All right. Is there a problem with that aspect of it?
So, Mr. Mutlu saying that someone told him that this photo was sent is hearsay.
No, Mr.
However,
Mutlu sent the photo to Mr.
No, what they're saying is that Anna Walsh sent the photo to Mr. Fasto in this series of text exchanges. So it's contained in the text messages that we're objecting to.
All right. What paper number is it?
Your Honor, this was the government's motion in limb to admit text messages.
That's
So
of the defendant. That's a different issue entirely.
I don't know, Your Honor. They had moved to admit text messages. I don't know the paper number. It's just the...
It's the defendant's text messages that they moved to admit.
No, there were text messages. There's also, maybe it's the nature of the relationship. Is it that one you're thinking of, Ms. Cusick?
Somebody give me a paper number so I can get on the same page with you.
Your Honor, it's paper 200 is the Commonwealth's motion to admit text messages. The last paragraph deals with Mr. Fastow and the victim's text messages.
To which I wrote in my effort to be ever transparent. This is going back to motion in limine number 13, paper number 197. That's not right.
Your Honor, I believe I have it as paper number 199, which is Commonwealth's motion to eliminate 13.
Here's what I'm going to suggest. The Commonwealth, I assume, intends to offer, or this testimony would be offered through Mr. Fastow. When is he testifying?
This week, Your Honor, I think maybe Thursday.
All right, then we deal with it later on down the line. And,
That my own.
all right?
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, the other motion that was filed, same question. And that has to do with the Commonwealth's motion to eliminate to exclude the defendant from making any reference of his plea of guilty to the disinterment and to the lying to the police. Is that impacted by anyone's, is that going to, not ruling on that, is that going to impact anyone's opening?
It will not affect the Commonwealth's opening. We're looking to avoid it.
It will not.
It will not?
It will not for opening, no.
All right, so I just want to be as transparent and as clear as I can be on the record. So I have not ruled on that, which means failing to rule it at this point, which I'm happy to rule on it. I don't think the law is going to get any clearer because there is no law on this. But that means that's going to put limitations on the defense in terms of what you can open on, right?
Yes, Your Honor, I understand.
All right. I just want to make sure that we're all speaking the same language.
Judge, just so there's no surprise, there is a statement in my opening that said he lied to police. That doesn't trigger this issue.
He can say that. He can.
Yes, Your Honor, I apologize.
Well, to the extent that you need to hear it out of my mouth, he can say that. He can say, I misled the police. He can say I lied to the police. All right. Are there any more preliminary matters? We have 16 jurors in the House. My intention with regard to them is to inquire of them first thing now, after I greet them, and ensure myself by asking them 3 questions that I go through. It's actually 4 in this case because I added the social media, no news media. I'll presume for the sake of argument right now that all of them are going to have been obedient to that. If they aren't, of course, we'll deal with it and we'll address it. And we'll go from there. If we get, we still have 16 in the box, we'll swear them in. And then we'll be off and running. Any questions about that?
No.
Come up.
Your Honor, no question about that. There are some housekeeping matters. Counsel wished to have 4 witnesses recognized. I have them here. And in addition, we had a series of stipulations that we wanted to present to the court.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you. And forgive me because I was focusing on the Richard Walker email. I didn't hear your judgment on the hole in the ceiling.
On the what?
The hole in the ceiling.
The entirety of that motion is denied.
Okay. So with that, I could have the officers that counsel wishes to recognize be brought in, and we could have them recognized right now.
Yeah.
I'd like to bring up one issue.
Before this?
Doesn't matter, just, I'll wait till they're recognized and I'll bring it up.
All right, good morning, everyone. Just identify yourself for the record. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. So you're all in here because the defense wants you to be recognized, which means that you're under court order. You need to make yourself available for this trial whenever you're told, and the lawyers will be back in contact with you when you are actually needed as the case goes along. Do you understand? Yes, sir. And you agree to come back? Yes, sir. All right. Thank you very much.
Your Honor, I'm handing up to the clerk 3 series of stipulations. One is concerning the Richard Walker email. Now that it's going to be admissible, we believe that stipulation could be read to the jury. There is also a stipulation concerning the chain of custody of the known DNA samples, which would negate the need to call certain witnesses from the FBI. And then finally, there's stipulations. This third one does not need to be read to the jury, but it's just for the record and could be marked as for ID concerning financial records. And so we were going to have that. And then also, I believe we have a stipulation concerning the federal conviction and federal charges.
All right. So I'll have these all marked for identification at this point. I don't usually send stipulations to the jury. I just consider it like any other evidence, and by sending it in as a special something, it seems to me to improperly highlight that evidence. They've got to remember what the stipulations are. That said, if they ask me back what the stipulations were, I typically answer that question. Yes, but I don't send them in. So I'll have them marked individually for identification. Where are we right now with regard to that?
Letter D will be on that slide.
All right, D for dog is the stipulation regarding Richard Walker. E will be the stipulation regarding the DNA samples of Anna Walsh and Brian Walshe. F will be the stipulation regarding authentication of records. And G will be the stipulation regarding the federal prosecution of the defendant. And when we get to the point in the case that you wish me to read those stipulations, just cue me by ID number that this is the time you want them to be read.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right?
That's it for the Commonwealth for housekeeping.
All right. Attorney Tipton.
First, the preliminary instructions, we're asking that no consciousness of guilt preliminary instruction be given.
I don't have one in there.
Okay.
All I have is the elements of first-degree murder by premeditation and the normal, beyond a reasonable doubt, and presumption of innocence, all that stuff.
Okay.
But there's nothing about COG in there.
Okay. And secondly, our understanding was that the sentencing was going to occur today. Are we wrong about that?
I don't know that we set the day to take place, but I also don't think it's going to have bearing on the ruling on that other motion if you're concerned about that.
I guess the next question is, does the court know when sentencing would be scheduled?
Well, we can talk about it. Nobody was pressing the issue, but now maybe that's changed. I think when we took the plea last Tuesday, or maybe it was the Tuesday before, right? we had talked about giving the Commonwealth sufficient time to get a victim impact statement in. I haven't seen that. At some point, it sort of felt to me like maybe we just do it all together if there's a conviction at the end. If not, I'll just sentence him on the other 2 charges. But I don't have any, firm beliefs about whether it needs to be done before or after. So if either party wants me to do it sooner rather than later, put the other side on notice that the victim impact statements need to be to me by a certain date so that I consider them. And if there's anything beyond in writing that the defense wants me to consider, I'm happy to consider that too. So,
We'll talk to the Commonwealth.
all right, sounds good. Indictment. Singular.
Remain standing. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having any due for the Honorable Justice Diane Fournier, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. Those at the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this honorable court, please be seated. Please turn off your cell phones.
Good morning, jurors. Good morning. It's nice to see you all as a group for the first time. But jurors, I hope you all had a nice holiday break, and we're here to start the trial today. Before we go take any steps to further the trial, I want to go over with you and ask you each individually, as a group, but you're going to answer individually, whether you were able to comply with my orders that I placed on you when you were impaneled. And so the way I do it is I'm going to ask you the question. There's 4 questions. And then I'm going to ask you to answer once verbally, yes or no. And then nod your head, yes or no, until you and I make eye contact. and I will scan first from the left rear to the right and front left to the right. And keep on nodding until you really know that I connected. Sometimes you think I connected and I didn't, and then I'll have a long pause. Sounds more complicated than this. It's really quite simple. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not go on social media or access any news media? And do you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by each juror, we're ready to begin today's work.
Would you like the jurors sworn, Your Honor?
Yes, please.
Members of the jury, if you could please stand and raise your right hands for me. Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that you will well and truly try the issue between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the law and the evidence, so help you God? Thank you all. You may be seated. Members of the jury, hearken to the indictments returned by the Norfolk County Grand Jury. Mr. Walsh, if you could stand, please. Norfolk Criminal Indictment Number 2023-0091 alleges that Brian Walshe of Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, on or about January 1st, 2023, at Cohasset in the County of Norfolk, did assault and beat Anna Walsh with intent to murder her, and by such assault and beating did kill and murder said Anna Walsh in violation of Mass General Law, Chapter 265, Section 1. Members of the jury, to this indictment, the defendant has pleaded that he is not guilty, and he has placed himself before his country, which country you are, for trial. If he is guilty, you shall say so and no more. If he is not guilty, you will say so and no more. Thank you, Mr. Walsh. You can be seated.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. So, jurors, as I told you in the impanelment period, you will be responsible for deciding this case. Please pay careful attention to the evidence that you'll see and hear during this trial. When the evidence is complete, I will explain the legal rules that you must apply to decide this case. You will then meet in private to discuss and consider the evidence, apply those rules, and work together to reach a unanimous verdict. Before we start the trial itself, I'm giving you some initial instructions, also known as the pre-charge. I will explain the indictment that Madam Clerk just read aloud and describe what will happen during the trial. I will explain my role as the judge, the lawyer's important role, and your role as jurors. I will discuss some of the legal rules that apply to this case, and I will explain and remind you of some important things you must do and must not do during this trial. A moment ago, Madam Clerk read the language of the indictment in this case. An indictment is a legal document that formally accuses someone of a crime. The indictment in this case charges Mr. Walsh with committing murder. The indictment is not evidence in this case, and the fact that the defendant is facing this charge does not mean that he is guilty of committing any crime. As I told you when we were choosing you as jurors, the defendant has pleaded not guilty to the charge. And at the end of the trial, you, the jury, will decide whether the prosecution has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me give you an outline of the trial. When I finish these initial instructions, the prosecutor and the defense will make their opening statements. An opening statement is a summary of what the lawyer expects the evidence will show. After the opening statements, you will hear testimony from various witnesses. The evidence may also include documents and other things. The prosecution will call witnesses first. Then, the defendant will have the chance to call additional witnesses if he chooses to do so. Both sides may question each witness. After you see and hear all of the evidence, each side will make their closing arguments to summarize the evidence and suggest conclusions you may reach based on the evidence and the law. The lawyer's opening statements and their closing arguments may help you make sense of the evidence you see and hear during this trial, but the openings and the closings are not evidence. At the end of the trial, I will instruct you in detail on the legal rules that you must apply in deciding this case, and I give them to you both orally, as I'm doing now, but you get written copies of the charge that go back with you as well. You will then discuss the case in private and work together as a jury to agree on a verdict. Let me next address the roles of everybody in this courtroom, and I'll start with myself first. As a judge, I am responsible to make sure this case is tried fairly, efficiently, and according to the law. I must make sure that you see and hear only evidence that's allowed under what we call our rules of evidence. Those rules determine what evidence the lawyers may and may not present to you. The purpose of these rules is to make sure that what you see and hear during this trial is relevant to the case and appropriate for you to consider. If one of the lawyers says objection, that means that that lawyer thinks a particular answer or an exhibit that's being offered violates those rules of evidence. If I'm not persuaded by the objection, I will say overruled. That means that the witness may answer the question or the other party may show you the exhibit, and you may consider the answer or the exhibit as evidence. If I instead say sustained, that means that the witness may not answer the question or that the proffering party may not show you the exhibit, because under our rules you may not consider the answer or the exhibit. If I sustain an objection, you may not talk about or try to guess or speculate what the answer might have been. There are times when I may say to you, disregard something or allow a motion to strike, something that you've already heard or seen. If that happens, that means that the testimony or exhibit that I strike, you must disregard it and you may not consider it. As the judge in the case throughout the trial, there may be times when I give you mid-trial instructions on a particular area of law. And at the end of the trial, I will give you, as I said, those detailed oral and written instructions. Let me next talk about the role of the lawyers. The lawyers in this case have their own important role. Their job is to bring to your attention the evidence and arguments that best support their position. They may also object to evidence, as I just mentioned, offered by the other side. Please don't hold it against any of the lawyers if they make an objection. The lawyers have to let me know when they think there's a potential evidentiary issue that I need to decide. Let me next talk about your role. Jurors, you have the most important role in this trial. After you have heard and seen all of the evidence in the case, you will decide who and what to believe, and whether the prosecution has proved the defendant is guilty of the crime charge based on the legal principles I explained to you. You must decide this case based only on the evidence you see and hear inside this courtroom and on my instructions on the law. You may not decide this case based on suspicion, guesswork, or speculation. The evidence consists of the testimony of the witnesses that you'll see from this witness stand, as you recall it, and any other documents or things that become exhibits in the case. Other things that you see and hear during this trial are not evidence. Again, the opening statements and closing arguments, not evidence. And the questions that the attorneys ask, they're not evidence either. A witness's answers are evidence, but a lawyer's questions are not. A very important part of your job as jurors is to decide who and what to believe. Whether testimony is contradicted or it is not, it is up to you to decide whether you believe it. You may believe everything a witness says, part of what a witness says, or none of it. The same is true of each exhibit. You must decide whether you believe what it shows or you do not. In deciding who and what to believe, you should ask and consider some important questions. First, was the witness honestly trying to tell the truth or deliberately lying? Though witnesses take an oath to tell the truth, sometimes a witness says things that a witness knows are false. If you conclude that a witness lied to you about something, then of course you should not believe that part of the testimony. Second, was the witness accurate? Or did the witness get something wrong without meaning to do so? Sometimes a witness may recall seeing or hearing something, but still be mistaken. If you conclude that a witness tried to be truthful, but that some part of that person's testimony wasn't accurate, then you should not consider the inaccurate testimony. I have no opinion about who or what you should believe, or about how you should decide this case. So please don't take anything that I do or say throughout this trial to suggest to you what you should believe or how you should decide this case. I want to next talk about fairness. Our system of justice depends on judges like me and jurors like you being able and willing to make careful and fair decisions. All people deserve fair and equal treatment in our system of justice, regardless of their race, national origin, religion, age, ability, gender, sexual orientation, education, income level, or any other personal characteristic. You have agreed to be fair, and I'm sure that you want to be fair, but it's not always easy. One difficulty comes from our own built-in expectations and assumptions, and they exist even if we're not aware of them, and even if we believe we don't have them. Some of you may have heard of this as called as implicit bias, and that's what I'm talking about now. As a judge, I have the same problem as everyone else, so let me share a few strategies that I found to be useful. First, slow down. Don't rush to any decision. Hasty decisions are more likely to reflect stereotypes or hidden biases. Second, keep an open mind. Avoid drawing conclusions until the end of the case when you and your fellow jurors deliberate. Remember that when you deliberate, you will have all the evidence and all the time you need to make a careful decision. So there truly is no need to start making your mind up before then. Third, you should listen closely to the witnesses. That's the best way to ensure that you decide this case based on the evidence in the law instead of upon unsupported assumptions. Fourth, as you listen to the testimony about the people involved in this case, consider them as individuals rather than as members of any particular group. Finally, I might ask myself, would I view the evidence differently if the people were from different groups, such as different racial, ethnic, or gender identity groups? At the end of the case, I will remind you of these strategies and ask you to focus on the evidence instead of any unsupported assumptions you may have. All we ask is that you individually and as a group do your best to resolve this case based on the evidence and the law without sympathy, bias, or prejudice, to the best of your ability as human beings. I want to turn now to certain legal principles and rules that you must follow in this case, and I will discuss these again in more detail at the end of the case. But here are some key things that you need to know from the beginning. First, let me talk to you about the presumption of innocence. As I told you during the jury selection process, every person who is accused of a crime is presumed to be innocent of the crime. Mr. Walshe is presumed innocent of the charge in this case. That means that you must consider Mr. Walshe to be innocent now and must still consider him to be innocent at the end of the trial unless the prosecution has proved beyond a reasonable doubt through evidence presented during the trial that the defendant committed the crime charged. And I will explain what I mean by reasonable doubt in just a moment. The defendant does not have to do anything to convince you he is innocent. He does not have to explain anything to the jury. The defendant does not have to testify, call or question any witnesses, or provide any evidence at all, because you must presume he is innocent. Instead, it is up to the Commonwealth to prove the charge against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. This burden of proof never shifts to the defendant. At the end of the trial, after you've seen and heard all of the evidence, you will deliberate with each other, meaning you'll discuss the evidence and decide on a unanimous verdict. If you have a reasonable doubt about the defendant's guilt on the charge, then your verdict must be not guilty on the charge. You may find the defendant guilty of the charge only if all 12 deliberating jurors agree that the Commonwealth has proved the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. So the burden is on the Commonwealth to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charge made against him. What is proof beyond a reasonable doubt? The term is often used and probably pretty well understood, though it's not easily defined. Proof beyond a reasonable doubt does not mean proof beyond all possible doubt, for everything in the lives of human beings is open to some possible or imaginary doubt. A charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if, after you have compared and considered all of the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. When we refer to moral certainty, we mean the highest degree of certainty possible in matters relating to human affairs, based solely on the evidence that's been put before you in this case. I have told you that every person is presumed to be innocent until he or she is proved guilty, and that the burden of proof is on the prosecutor. If you evaluate the evidence and you still have a reasonable doubt remaining, the defendant is entitled to the benefit of that doubt and must be acquitted. It is not enough for the Commonwealth to establish a probability, even a strong probability, that the defendant is more likely to be guilty than not guilty. That is not enough. Instead, the evidence must convince you of the defendant's guilt to a reasonable and moral certainty, a certainty that convinces your understanding and satisfies your reason and judgment as jurors who are sworn to act conscientiously on the evidence. That is what I mean by proof beyond a reasonable doubt. I've told you that the Commonwealth must prove the charge here beyond a reasonable doubt. To do so, it must prove each element or component part of the charge beyond a reasonable doubt. As I said, the charge here is murder, and the Commonwealth is proceeding on the charge of first-degree murder on a theory of deliberate premeditation. In order to prove the defendant guilty of murder on the theory of deliberate premeditation, the Commonwealth must prove 5 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. First, that the defendant caused the death of Anna Walshe. Second, that the defendant intended to kill Anna Walshe, that is, the defendant consciously and purposefully intended to cause Anna Walshe's death. Third, that the defendant committed the killing with deliberate premeditation, that is, he decided to kill after a period of reflection. Fourth, that the defendant did not act in proper self-defense or proper defense of another. And fifth, that there were no mitigating circumstances. Those are the basic 5 elements. And really, jurors, what I'm trying you to absorb at this point is that there are 5 component parts. And each of those component parts, the Commonwealth needs to prove, again, beyond a reasonable doubt. Let me talk about some of the housekeeping matters that you may be thinking about. One of 2 of you may ask about these actually when you were being selected as jurors, and I'll start first with note-taking. At the end of the trial, when you meet in private to deliberate, you will have all of the exhibits with you. We cannot provide you a transcript of any of the witnesses' testimony, however. So you're going to have to rely on your own memories of what each witness said to you. You may take notes during the trial, if you wish, and our court officers will pass out at an appropriate time a notepad and a writing implement, a pen or a pencil. I don't know what we have here today. Some jurors find it helpful to take notes while listening to the evidence. It may help you focus on the testimony and to remember what witnesses said. Some of you may not want to take any notes, and that's perfectly fine too. Whether you take notes or not, it's entirely up to you. Whether you take notes or you do not, you need to pay close attention to each witness and what they say. In deciding who and what to believe, you should watch and listen carefully to each witness. Think about whether the witness seems believable, whether the witness's memory seems reliable, and anything else about how the witness testifies and what the witness says that helps you determine whether and how much to believe that witness. When you deliberate at the end of the trial, remember that it is your memory that counts. Your notes may help jog your memory about what a witness said, but they are not a substitute for what you and your fellow jurors remember about the testimony. Do not assume that because you or another juror wrote something down, that it is more accurate than your or another juror's memory of what the witness actually said. Your notes are confidential. No one, including me, will read them. The court officers will collect your notebooks and your writing implements at the end of each trial day and will keep them safe, and they'll be returned to you the following morning. And at the end of the trial, I will order the court officers to destroy any notes that were taken. Next I want to talk about your comfort. If you have any trouble seeing anything, hearing anything, if you need an unscheduled break, please raise your hand and one of the court officers will come over. We'll make the necessary adjustments. I remind you that we take a morning break at about 11 o'clock, and that's usually about 20 minutes to 30 minutes, depending on what I have to do during that time. And then we proceed on to the lunch hour at 1 o'clock. We take a break from 1 to 2, and then the afternoon session is the longest session, 2 hours long, between the hours of 2 and 4. So you can predict your day, how your day will lay out most days that you're here. If you need to communicate with me at any point during the trial, again, let one of the court officers know and they'll get me the information. And do it through a note is the best way. Finally, jurors, I'm not going to give you the longer version of this because I just asked you about this morning. But it's imperative to the administration of justice in each criminal case, and in this one, that you abide by those rules that you agreed to. If anybody needs another written version of the order that I gave to you, I have plenty of them. Don't hesitate to ask. But I remind you, no social media, no news media. Don't do any research about this case on any medium. Don't talk to anyone about this case. And continue to have open minds as you listen to the evidence in the case. It's the first thing that I'm going to ask you every morning, and it's the last thing you're going to hear me remind you of every night. All right? The lawyers at the side of the bench. Jurors, I know that you will try this case according to the oath that you took this morning. In that oath, you promised you would well and truly try the issues between the Commonwealth and the defendant according to the evidence and the law. If you follow that oath, approach this case with an open mind, and make your decisions fairly and without prejudice or bias or sympathy for anyone, then you will arrive at a just and fair verdict. It's now time for the opening statements. And you will find that there are customs in the law, many customs in the law that dictate how the case plays out. And the first custom I'll alert you to is that the Commonwealth opens the case first. ADA Connor.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, may it please the court?
It does.
On January 4th, 2023, Teresa Marchese returned to work after New Year's holiday. She works at Tishman Speyer, and she is the Director of Human Capital Management. That is to say that she's the Director of Human Resources. And Tishman Speyer is a real estate management company, but it's a global real estate management company. It has buildings all over the world. And this office that Ms. Marchese works in is in Washington, D.C. When she returned to her office in Washington, D.C. that morning, she was alerted that one of her coworkers' husbands was trying to find her coworker. The coworker was Anna Walshe, and her husband is Brian Walshe. Teresa Marchese knew Anna Walshe because she hired her. She hired her in February 2022 to work at the Washington, D.C. office of Tishman Speyer and to manage some of those buildings in Washington, D.C. She also knew that Anna Walshe commuted from Cohasset to Washington to work at Tishman Speyer, and that her husband, Brian, and her 3 children were still in Cohasset at this time. She also knew where Anna Walshe lived in Washington, D.C. Anna Walshe had bought a townhouse right near where Teresa Marchese lives in Washington. So when she heard that Brian Walshe was looking for Anna, she got concerned. And she spoke to her boss, Jeff Chubb. And the two of them went into a conference room and called Brian Walshe. Brian was calm, and he said that on January 1st, Anna left their Cohasset home for a work emergency and had to fly back to Washington, D.C. And he hasn't spoken to her since then. This is the longest they've ever gone without speaking. So, Teresa Marchese went and drove to Anna Walsh's townhouse. She took another employee with her, and on the way there, she had another conversation with Brian Walshe. Brian was calm, and he gave her the combination to the garage so Ms. Marchese could get into the building. Ms. Marchese got there. She was able to look in the windows. Nothing was broken. Nothing was out of order. She got into the garage, and she found some cardboard boxes that had yet to be unpacked, some car seats, no car, no Anna Walshe. Now the door from the garage to the home, that was locked, so she couldn't get inside. So Ms. Marchese called Mr. Walshe back again, and she told him that she was going to loop into this conversation Tishman Speyer's global head of security, who also works in Washington, D.C. His name is Hugh Dunleavy. He's a retired Secret Service agent. Mr. Walshe is calm. Mr. Dunleavy is looped into this conversation on the phone, and Mr. Walsh's demeanor changes. He becomes very upset. Mr. Dunleavy calms him down, asks him a series of questions, and Mr. Walshe repeats. Anna left the home in Cohasset on January 1st to come to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Mr. Dunleavy follows up. Have you called the police? What is the local police department in your town? You live in Cohasset. You need to call the police. The call ends. Mr. Dunleavy works with the Washington police and helps facilitate them getting into the home in Washington, D.C., and Anna is not there. He also calls the Cohasset police just before noon on January 4th. And he reports Anna missing. Hugh Dunleavy from Washington, D.C. calls the Cohasset police, and that is the first time Anna Walshe has been reported missing to the police. And it was done just before noon on January 4th. And no one has seen her since January 1st. Over the next few weeks, it'll be the honor of Ms. Cusick, Ms. Yaz, and myself to represent the Commonwealth. And in that time, we will prove the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of the premeditated murder of his wife, Anna Walshe. And we're going to do that by presenting evidence. And evidence will come to you, as Her Honor pointed out, in two different forms. One is kind of tangible. You'll see photos of the family home in Cohasset at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway. You'll see videos from different stores. You'll see Anna Walsh's banking records. You will also see objects, like a Tyvek suit, like a hatchet, like a hacksaw. Now, in addition to those objects, you will hear from witnesses. Witnesses like Teresa Marchese and Hugh Dunleavy, who I just mentioned. You'll also hear from a group of witnesses that are Anna Walsh's friends and colleagues. They will tell you that Anna was 39 years old in January 2003. She was married to the defendant. She had 3 children. They'll tell you that she was a Serbian immigrant, that she came to this country and began working in the hospitality industry by working in hotels in Washington and Massachusetts, and that she transitioned to real estate. She got the opportunity to work for Jem Mutlu, who had his own real estate company. She actually wound up running that company for him. That was until February 2022, where she got what Brian Walshe would refer to as a dream job, where she got to work for Tish & Spire. And she would make more money than she had ever made before in her career. She had purchased a townhouse in Washington, D.C., and she was expecting to have her family come with her. However, Brian and the children had stayed in Massachusetts. And the reason is that Brian had previously pled guilty to a count of fraud in the Boston Federal District Courthouse. But he hadn't been sentenced yet. Now, he was accused of owing over $400,000 of restitution. At this point in time, Anna was the breadwinner for the family, and she had moved to D.C. She was still commuting back and forth, but looking to have the family join her in D.C. And Brian, too. However, when she bought the townhouse, she did this with the aid of a real estate agent by the name of William Fastow. She was introduced to Mr. Fastow from her former boss, Jem Mutlu. Mr. Fastow will testify. And he will tell you that they became friends, and that friendship became romantic. And that carried on into November of 2022, when Anna needed to go visit her mother, who was sick back in Belgrade, Serbia. Anna flew to Dublin, Ireland, the weekend of Thanksgiving, and Mr. Fastow joined her for that weekend. She then flew and visited her sick mother in Serbia, and then would return back to the United States. Mr. Fastow, after Dublin, would go back to Washington, D.C. But Anna missed Thanksgiving with Brian and the children. And then on Christmas Eve that same year, Anna went out to dinner with Mr. Fastow. They went out to dinner in Annapolis with another couple. And she stayed the night. And she was supposed to get a flight out on Christmas Day. But she couldn't get a flight. So she had to drive up from Washington, D.C. to Cohasset. And she missed Christmas Eve and most of Christmas Day with Brian. She would fly back to Washington, D.C., and on December 29th, she would go to dinner with one of her friends who will testify before you. And that friend will say that she was uncharacteristically tired and emotional. You'll also hear from a series of witnesses that dealt with Anna Walshe right before New Year's. She returned back to Cohasset on December 30th, and she was going to stay with the family until January 3rd. You'll hear how she went to a barre class, B-A-R-R-E. It's an intensive ballet class. You'll hear from the instructor who will say that she did exceedingly well in that class. A person who was with her in a nail salon will testify. She got her nails done on New Year's Eve. And Mr. Mutlu will testify. He went over to the Walshe family residence on New Year's Eve for dinner. 3 adults were there. It was Mr. Mutlu, Brian, and Anna. He got there around 8:30. He brought some snacks for the kids. Actually got to play with the oldest child. And he spent the night talking to his friends. He'd characterize them as jovial. They shared champagne. They weren't drunk. They were enjoying the new year. They actually signed the champagne box. And you'll see that, where they were looking forward to the new year. Brian cooked. Brian was attentive. Brian also said to Mr. Mutlu that night that he had lost his phone, it had been misplaced, but he had felt free as a result of it. Mr. Mutlu left that home on New Year's Day at 1:30 a.m. And there was no mention of a work emergency in Washington, D.C. that would require Anna to fly out or leave the family home at 6 or 7 a.m. that day. Now on January 4th, after Hugh Dunleavy had called the Cohasset Police Department, the Cohasset Police Department dispatched Officer Greg Lawrence to go speak to Mr. Walshe at his home. Officer Lawrence went. He was met outside by Brian Walshe. Brian Walshe informed Officer Lawrence that Anna had left on January 1st, had taken an Uber or Lyft to Logan Airport to fly out to Washington, D.C. for a work emergency. Gave her a phone number for Anna Walshe, described her as 5'2", that she was 39 years old, approximately 115 pounds. He hadn't heard her. Officer Lawrence went back to the Cohasset Police Department, worked with other Cohasset police officers, trying to find any connection to Uber or Lyft or local taxi cabs. Cohasset police would then begin a process of pinging Anna's phone. You're going to get to see the records from that, but essentially the process involves the cell phone carrier, in this case Verizon, sending a signal out to the phone to try and locate. And the Verizon records will show that the last time that phone that belonged to Anna Walshe interacted with the network was shortly after 3 a.m. on January 2nd. And when it did so, it was in the area of the Walshe home. That same day, Cohasset Police also tasked Detective Schmidt with investigating this case. He and Officer Lawrence would go back to the Walshe family residence at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway and interview Brian Walshe. And he recorded it. You'll get to hear the recording. And Brian will talk about how Anna was commuting back and forth from Cohasset to Washington for work, how there were some issues with his federal case, and how Mr. Mutlu had come over for dinner that night on New Year's Eve, and how Anna had to leave between 6 and 7 on January 1st. He also, in that interview, described what Anna was wearing when she left the home. Blue-gray hunter boots, a black jacket, and an Hermes watch. So Sergeant Schmidt will testify before you, and he will tell you that he worked on this missing person investigation and called in additional resources to help. On the 5th, he had his own department do a search of the woods near the family home. On the 6th, he called in a task force made of several different police departments to do further searching of the woods in and around the Walsh family home. Contacted the state police to use their resources. He also got the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh on January 5th, January 7th, and January 8th. And when he did those interviews, he was accompanied by detectives from the state police. And those interviews were recorded. You'll get to hear those interviews. And Mr. Walsh, during those interviews, will explain that he and Anna were happily married. He had no knowledge of any extramarital affair. That Anna had her dream job. That it was taking care of the family. And conversely, he didn't take a salary this year out of his company that was a consulting company. He told the police that he owed over $400,000 in restitution on his federal matter. That this case was causing stress on his marriage. That he might have to go to jail. He said that they were very happy and that the biggest problem was that they were apart. Brian also told the police that Anna's job had caused her to miss Christmas Eve and Christmas Day with the family. And that Anna traveling to visit her sick mom caused her to miss Thanksgiving with the family. And that he did not want to have an argument with Anna about missing another holiday on January 1st. He had a discussion with her about Christmas Day. He was concerned that by him looking around trying to find her, that she had embarrassed her. So he tells the police, I didn't want to have an argument. So I understood she was going to come back, and she left for that emergency at work. You'll also have access to financial records that will show that Anna Walsh had approximately $200,000 in accounts at Fidelity, and that there was over $1 million in life insurance in Anna Walsh, and that Brian Walsh was the beneficiary of those policies. And in addition to the Cohasset police, the Massachusetts State Police also worked with them on trying to find Anna. You're going to hear from two troopers in particular, Trooper Nicholas Torino and Trooper Connor Keith. They are digital forensic specialists. They have special training in examining computers, tablets, phones. And in this matter, they had the opportunity to examine a MacBook, iPads, and cell phones that were at the Walsh house. And they will explain that on Christmas Day, when Anna had missed Christmas Eve and was, after spending the evening with Mr. Fastow, and was driving up from Washington, D.C., the cell phone that Brian Walsh was using looked up Mr. Fastow on the internet. And that on December 27th, a MacBook that used the Apple ID for Brian Walsh, between 8:30 and 9 o'clock, researched best strategies to divorce for a man, best state to divorce for a man, Washington, D.C. divorce laws. On December 29th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was researching buildings that Anna Walsh managed for Tishman Speyer and emergencies she had handled for them in the past. Trooper Guarino will also explain to you the internet history of that MacBook that had Brian Walsh's Apple ID beginning on January 1st. At 4:54 a.m., the MacBook searched best way to dispose of a body, and then went to similar websites for more than an hour. At 6:24 a.m., same day, the same device searched how long for someone to missing to inherit. How long missing to be dead? Can you throw away body parts? Later on that morning, on January 1st at 9:33 a.m., the MacBook went to search, how long does DNA last? And then an article, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? 30 minutes later, the MacBook researched disposal of a cell phone. At 10:28 a.m., the MacBook researched, I am the user of my wife's credit card. She is missing. And again, on January 1st, at 11:28 a.m., it searched, best way to dispose of body parts after a murder. Rupert Guarino will explain the numerous websites and searches done by the MacBook in the morning and early afternoon on January 1st, and that these websites were about cleaning blood with ammonia, bleach, and hydrogen peroxide. Websites visited included those as whether it is better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them. One site was entitled, You Want to Get Away with Murder? Use a special deterrent. This type of activity on the MacBook continued into January 2nd, when it looked up, how long does Lowe's keep security footage? How to saw a body. How to dismember a body. Can you be charged with murder without a body? Can you identify a body with broken teeth? The MacBook also visited websites for apartment complexes in Brockton and Chelsea. One in particular, Chatham West in Brockton. Brian Walshe told investigators that his phone, which was an iPhone 13 mini, had been misplaced and not found until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. When investigators examined that phone, they learned that it had been connected to a power source. And it had been unlocked 4 times by either using the face or the passcode. Investigators will also tell you that the location data from that phone showed that it remained in the Walshe residence until the afternoon of January 2nd, 2023. However, there was another phone in the Walshe residence, an iPhone SE, which belonged to one of the children. When investigators examined the location data from that phone, they found that on January 1st, the phone traveled to a Walgreens in Cohasset, then to a liquor store nearby the defendant's mother's home, an apartment complex in Swampscott, to a CVS in Danvers, to a Lowe's in Danvers, and to a Stop and Shop in Swampscott. You will see the surveillance video from those stores. You'll see the video from Walgreens, where a white man with dark hair using a credit card buys Band-Aids and antibiotic. You'll see on the surveillance video at the CVS in Danvers that a white man with dark hair, now wearing a mask, buys hydrogen peroxide using cash. You'll see the surveillance video from the Stop and Shop at Swampscott, where a white man then goes buys ammonia with cash. And you'll see the surveillance video from the Lowe's in Danvers, where a white man wearing a mask and dark hair buys several items that cost more than $400 using cash, including a Tyvek suit and cutting instruments such as shears, snips, and a hacksaw. Investigators will explain how the cell phone location data from the iPhone SE shows that it went to a Home Goods in the morning of January 2nd, and that Brian's iPhone 13 mini went to a Home Depot in Rockland in the afternoon of January 2nd. You will see the surveillance videos from those stores. You'll see a white man with dark hair at Home Goods buying scented candles and area rugs. And you'll see a white man with dark hair at the Home Depot buying more cleaning supplies. 20 pounds of baking soda, mop, buckets, and a hatchet. The investigators will also explain to you that Brian Walsh's cell phone on January 3rd was located near apartment complexes in Bronx. You will see the surveillance videos from some of the apartment complexes, including one of Chatham West. You will see someone going to the dumpster and then leaving. The investigators will also tell you that on January 5th, Brian Walsh's cell phone was in the area of dumpsters and a trash compactor by his mother's apartment complex in Swampscott, and that this was before he was interviewed by Detective Schmidt later that night. On January 9th, the police went to those dumpsters, and they took that trash compactor and that dumpster to a facility in Peabody, where they searched the contents of both. And they found an Hermes watch, blue-gray hunter boots, a black coat, a COVID vaccination card with Anna Walsh's name on it, rugs, a Tyvek suit, a hammer, shears, snips, a hatchet, and a hacksaw. The police will tell you that these items were packaged and brought back to a laboratory, and they were brought there for examination. And how some of these items were examined for DNA. And the DNA was compared to samples they had from Anna and Brian. And scientists from the state DNA lab will identify DNA of Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh on the Tyvek suit. They will explain that Anna Walsh's DNA was found from items in the dumpster, including drugs, the hatchet, and the hacksaw. Jem Mutlu said goodbye to Anna Walsh about 1 o'clock, 1:30 a.m. on New Year's Day. When he left, she was home, she was alive, she was with her husband. No one has seen her since her husband said she left on January 1st. She has not accessed her finances, her email, her phone has made no calls, and no one has found her body. During this case, we ask two things. The first is that you keep an open mind. Do not rush to judgment, but instead, see how all the evidence fits together. Pay careful attention to the timing of certain events. And second, use your common sense. Don't leave it home. Bring it with you here as you make your examination of every piece of evidence. And at the end of this trial, we will speak to you one more time. And it is at that time we will ask that you find the defendant guilty of murdering his wife with deliberate premeditation. Thank you.
Thank you, 88 Connor. Judge, why don't you take a break and stand up, shake a leg. And when you're comfortable and have regained your focus, you may be seated. Now we'll hear from the defense for the opening statements. Attorney Tipton.
Thank you, Your Honor. Brian Walsh lied to the police. Lied to him on January 4th, lied to him on January 5th, lied to him on January 7th. Brian Walsh went to Lowe's and bought tools. Brian Walsh went to Home Depot and bought tools. Brian Walsh, beginning about 4:54 a.m., began a frantic and tragic search that you'll hear about. You'll hear the evidence of that. You will hear evidence that those searches evolved from how best to dispose a body to even darker subject matter. As he wrestled with the fact that Anna Walshe was dead. That evidence that you will hear will be hard to understand, but it is true. On January 1st of 2023, Jim Mutlow left the family home of Brian and Anna Walshe sometime between 1 and 1:30 in the morning. Anna and Brian Walshe continued to celebrate the news. They went upstairs to the bedroom. About an hour later, you'll hear evidence that Mr. Walshe got up, went back downstairs to clean the kitchen. You'll see evidence that he looked at his email. You'll hear evidence that he then returned to the bedroom, intending nothing more than to crawl into bed with Anna Walshe, the woman he loved. When he entered the bedroom and began to get into the bed, he sensed something was wrong. You will hear evidence that it made no sense to him. But he nudged Anna, his wife. She didn't respond. He nudged her again, a little harder. She didn't respond. He nudged her now in a frantic and panic reaction to where she actually rolled off the bed. You'll hear evidence that now he is panicking and he doesn't understand what has happened and what is happening. It didn't make any sense to him. It didn't make sense that somebody that he had just been with and enjoyed New Year's Eve into New Year's Day would suddenly be dead. Not him. You will hear evidence in this case of sudden, unexplained death. You will hear evidence that it is rape. You will hear evidence that it happens in young people and old people. You will hear evidence it happens in male and female. You will hear evidence it happens during the day and during the night, that it happens to trained athletes. You will hear evidence that it can be the result of both mechanical and or electrical problems within the body. You will hear evidence that it might be cardiovascular, pulmonary, neurological, or other reasons. You will hear evidence that it occurs in people who have never manifested a symptom that something might be wrong. And in fact, you will hear evidence that sometimes the first manifestation that something is or was wrong with someone is the sudden, unexplained death. That's the evidence you will hear in this case. Sudden, unexplained death is known within the medical community and the forensic community. But it is to this day not well understood, and that is the evidence you will hear. And it is not well known to non-medical professionals. And you will hear evidence Brian Walshe never imagined somebody suddenly died. 1 hour he's with her, he cleans the kitchen, he comes back up, and she is dead. You will hear evidence in this case that Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe loved each other. Yes, there was stress in the marriage. Stress born out of a simple problem that took its toll. And that's the pending federal case that had begun in 2018 and was still going forward. And what happened was, over time, Anna Walshe got a job in D.C. with the support of Brian Walshe. It was a huge stepping stone in her career. It paid twice the salary. And they talked about it. And you will hear evidence that they had to make a decision. Brian could not leave Cohasset because of the pending federal case. So who would take care of the children? While Anna worked in D.C., Brian would. And he did. There was stress in commuting back and forth between D.C. and Cohasset. Brian Walshe experienced that stress too. And Anna Walshe and him talked about it. They talked about it on Christmas Day of 2022. And that's what the evidence will be. Yes, there was an affair. You will hear evidence of an affair. An affair does not make someone a bad person, does not make someone a bad mother. Make no mistake about that. But yes, there was an affair. Not between Brian Walshe and anyone, but between Anna Walshe and William Faster. The evidence in this case will be that Anna Walshe did everything she could to hide that affair. That she did not tell her closest friends, her confidants, some of whom lived in D.C., the same person, Alyssa Kirby, that she spent December 29th with, drinking and talking about her life. She hid the affair. William Faster will tell you that he was unaware of any plans of Anna ever telling Brian about the affair. William Faster will testify that they behaved differently in public in D.C. to make sure there was no appearance of the affair. William Faster will testify that Anna Walshe told him she would be devastated if Brian ever learned about the affair. Brian Walshe didn't know about the affair. He did know. Anna Walshe had a crush on William Faster because she told him. And he did not react in a jealous way. And you will hear evidence that over the close to decade that these two people were in love, and all you have to do is look at the evidence and the photograph you'll see of Anna Walshe. And the evidence will establish she is a beautiful woman. And it was not unusual for her to comment to Brian. I had some man look at me today. I think he liked her. That didn't upset Brian, not over a period of 10 years. And when she told him that she had a crush on William Fastow, the man who had sold them the $1.3 million townhouse in D.C., it didn't upset Brian. He trusted her. In fact, you will hear evidence from Alyssa Kirby that Anna Walshe told her, I wish he would be jealous. You will hear evidence that there was no financial issues or problems. Anna Walshe had just got that job in the early part of 2022 that paid close to $300,000 a year. They owned that townhouse in D.C. It was worth over $1 million. They owned whole life insurance policies on their sons in the amount of $1 million each. whole life that you will hear you can borrow against if you need cash. You will hear evidence that Brian Walshe's mother gifted them money, and actually you'll hear from the landlord of the home that they were living in at the time that Brian was living in, taking care of the 3 boys while Anna worked in D.C., that it was his mother who was paying the rent, because that's what grandmothers do. There was no financial problems here. They owned investment property in Massachusetts. The evidence in this case is that Brian Walshe loved Anna Walshe. You will hear that she spoke of him in glowing terms to William Fester. That she said, I want people to see the Brian that I know. You will hear how she talked about her relationship with Brian with Alyssa Curry. And notwithstanding the fact that Anna Walshe was having an affair, she described their relationship as open and honest. He believed their marriage was open and honest because he loved her. You will hear how she described Brian as her best friend to her friend Alyssa Curry. You will also see evidence of text messages that you may use to determine for yourself if there was love between these 2 individuals. The importance about those text messages that you'll see is simply that they're dated. The ones you'll see are dated beginning December 25th of 2022, 7 days before New Year's Day. On 12/25, Anna Walshe and Brian Walshe are texting each other, and she is sending him 7 properties, listings, primarily out of Zillow, 7 listings of properties in the greater D.C. area. Bethesda, Annapolis. They're searching for future investment properties. You'll see that, and you'll hear evidence that then she comes up to celebrate Christmas with Brian and their 3 beautiful boys. You'll see on 12/27, now that she's back in D.C., these text messages between them. And they're talking about one of their properties. And they're talking about the fact that it, in fact, sold. So now they need to figure out what to do with the proceeds. You'll see on 12/28, text exchange between Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe. Now, she's back in D.C. She's not feeling well. She's telling Brian, I don't feel well. So I'm going to stay at home and work at home today in D.C. And they joke. And on the text, Brian says something like, well, I guess I'll have to get you a plunger. Anna responds, I'll tell you what. I'll buy the plunger. You buy me that Porsche. Why? Because Anna Walshe wanted a Porsche. And what you see on that text exchange, right after she says that, is you'll see postings that he sent to her of the Porsches he'd been shopping for the woman he loved. And you'll see in his medical that he was shopping for Porsches because she had asked for one. On 12/29, you'll see a text exchange between them where they're talking about a 3-story brownstone that she had found that maybe they'll buy for an investment. And you'll see the text references to how much it cost, the square footage it's up and below. You'll see text exchange between them where they're talking about possible renovations in the future. They are talking about the future. And this is on 12/29. And then on 12/30, Simple texts between them about her catching her flight from D.C. to get to Cohasset for New Year's. She texts them, "I've landed." And what you see in those text messages are she begins to send Brian pictures of her playing with the boys now that she's reunited with her 3 beautiful boys again. And then you see 7 pictures sent by Brian Walshe back to Anna, taken of her playing with the boys. And how do they sign off these texts? You'll see them. Brian says, "Love you." And Anna Walshe says, "Love you too." We've come full circle in this opening, and now we're back to New Year's Eve. Jim Mutlow, the family friend, is invited by Anna to come to the house to celebrate New Year's Eve. You'll hear evidence that he was thrilled. He was thrilled to be with 2 people he'd known for years, but he hadn't seen in some time. He knew their kids, 3 beautiful boys. He'll describe how when he drove up in the driveway, Anna Walshe ran down the driveway in her heels, no coat, on a cold winter day to hug him. And then what happened? They all went into the house. And what was occurring in the house? Brian was cooking New Year's. He was feeding them as they all talked for 4 to 5 hours. And what were they talking about? They were talking about the future. They were talking about investments. Anna Walshe told a story about how Brian had found a ring for her and the whole adventure of finding the ring and buying the ring. She talked about it in glowing terms when she talked about how Brian did that. Mr. Mutlow will describe that for the 4 or 5 hours that he was there, he saw no problems between them. Said that Brian was happy and Anna was happy. He described the atmosphere as jovial, festive. He described it as loving. As adults do for New Year's Eve, they celebrated with wine and champagne. You will have that box, or at least photographs of that champagne box, where they signed it. And what Anna signed on that box she wrote, "Let's make 2023 the best one yet." She went on to say, "Courage, love, perseverance, compassion, joy," and signed it, "Love, Anna." Nothing was more important to both Anna and Brian but those 3 beautiful boys. They had talked about the problem of the federal case. It was stressful. When you heard in the Commonwealth's opening the reference to a divorce search, please understand that the other evidence will be that that singular search occurred between conversations between Anna and Brian about the sale of their property. You'll see that that search occurred about 8:30 on 12/27. And why is that important? The evidence will show that the only time Anna Walshe talked about divorce with William Fastow, she talked about it in terms of Brian and I attempting to preserve the family assets. Why is that important? Because, yes, there was $400,000 of restitution that was going to come due. And yes, Brian may have had to go to prison for some time. And what did that mean? It meant that there was going to have to be arrangements, not just to pay the money, which wasn't going to be a problem, but the boys had to move up to D.C. because Brian could no longer take care of them. And there would be all that added expense. And they went so far as to talk to Robin Howe, their nanny, their babysitter, and asked her if she would consider moving up. So there were expenses. So when you talk about preserving the family assets, you have to decide, how is it that I make sure, how is it, as Brian Walshe will tell you, how is it that I make sure that my wife and my 3 sons are financially secure if I have to go to prison for a day, for a week, for a month, or for years? That's what they were talking about. And in all of the other digital data that the Commonwealth has been poring over for 2 years, you will not hear evidence of any other conversations about divorce. And you won't hear it from William Fastow. In fact, William Fastow will tell you he had resigned himself to think Anna Walshe was never going to leave Brian, father of their children. Jim Mutlow left around 1:30. Brian Walshe and Anna Walshe went upstairs. He went back down to the kitchen about an hour later to clean it up. And then the impossible, the unimaginable happened. It didn't make sense to Brian Walshe. It was confusing. He never thought anybody would believe that Anna Walshe was alive 1 minute and dead the next. And all he could think about were those 3 boys. What would happen to their 3 boys now that Anna is no longer here? What will happen if they think he did something bad to Anna? Where will those 3 boys go? And so, he told the story. He told lies. He tried to hide so he could hang on to those boys. Brian Walshe never killed him. Brian Walshe never thought about killing him. He would never think about that. Brian Walshe is not guilty.
Jurors, once again, why don't you stand up, shake a leg? 15 minutes before the break, but it's been a long little stretch here, so I can either break you now or we can start the evidence. Does anybody, just by show of hands, need a bathroom break? Or can hold on for 15? All right, we're going to take your break early, and we'll see you back in about 20 minutes.
All rise for the court, please. What is that? Front row.
Please be seated. Does anyone need to address anything with me?
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right, we'll take about a 20-minute break. And Commonwealth, what's the lineup today?
It's going to be Sergeant Harrison Schmidt for the entirety of the day. The intention is to try and get through the audio interviews today, Your Honor.
And everything went well with the editing, so to speak, of the...
Yes, we've made all the edits that we encouraged and the ones that the court told us to make.
All right. And the defense is all set with that? Have you watched it yet? Or?
Yes. You have.
All right. Let me know if you need me.
Yes, Your Honor.
Maybe, Judge.
All rise.
You are unmuted.
Judge, could we come to sidebar?
Yes? Not yet. So I noticed during the opening statements that this room, which...
All rise to the court, please.
Not yet. This room, which has terrible acoustics, is being made even more intolerable, I would say, by the typing that's going on in the front row. So I'm going to ask, press is welcome here at all times. It sounds like you're taking a transcript of what's going on. That's fine, but I'm going to ask all three people in the front row to move it back. And we'll see how it sounds in this next time. And I encourage the lawyers. I hear certain things, but I'm quite a distance from you. I found it disruptive to what I'm doing, and so I expect that you found it disruptive to what you're doing. And I want to make sure that you are clear-headed and can do your job. So if you find that that's not working, you let me know. All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
You can bring them in.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
So, jurors, now we're going to start the evidence in the case. The Commonwealth may call its first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, the Commonwealth would call Harrison Schmidt.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you should give in the cause now in hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Thank you, sir. You can be seated.
Step right in there. Slide this. Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Harrison Schmidt, S-C-H-M-I-D-T.
And sir, I'm going to ask if you can keep that microphone a little bit closer to you so it will help amplify. Now, sir, where do you work?
Cohasset Police Department.
And what is your rank at the Cohasset Police Department?
Sergeant.
And how long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
Full-time since 2012.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
Since January 2023.
Before January of 2023, what was your rank within the police department?
Detective.
And how long have you been a detective?
Since 2014.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
General investigations.
In addition to doing general investigations as a detective, did you have additional responsibilities with the Cohasset Police Department?
Yes. The lead firearms instructor, taser instructor, certified to certify officers to become firearm instructors, use of force for the department, and active shooter.
Now, in addition to the Cohasset Police Department, do you work with any other law enforcement organizations?
Yes.
Which one, sir?
The Metropolitan Law Enforcement Council.
Can you tell us what that is?
It's MetroLEC. It's a consortium of police departments that come together with mutual aid to share resources and personnel to create specialized teams.
How many police departments are a member of MetroLEC?
About 50.
And how long have you been a member of MetroLEC?
Since 2015.
And what is your responsibilities within MetroLEC?
I'm on the SWAT team, and I'm the lead firearms instructor for the SWAT team.
And does MetroLEC have a search and rescue team?
They do.
Can you tell us about the SWAT team's interplay with search and rescue?
The Metro SAR team, search and rescue, if they need physical searchers, they will pull from the SWAT pool.
Now, as a result of working with MetroLEC and Cohasset Police Department, how many fatal investigations have you been involved in?
Dozens.
And how many missing person cases have you been involved in?
Between both, about a dozen.
And, sir, with your missing person cases, have you been able to recover each individual?
No.
And what are some of the reasons why not?
Medical issues, exposure to the elements, suicide.
Now, are you familiar with the investigation into the disappearance of Anna Walshe?
Yes.
How are you familiar with that investigation, sir?
I'm the lead investigator.
And when did you become involved in that investigation, sir?
January 4th, 2023.
And about what time on January 4th did you become involved?
I was notified on my way back from SWAT training by a supervisor that there was a missing persons investigation beginning in patrol. So I was requested to respond and assist.
And so about what time of day do you think that may have been?
I went to the police station about 4 o'clock p.m.
Now, sir, when you went to the police station, what did you do to begin your investigation?
I coordinated with the patrol officers that initially responded to investigate.
Yes.
I reviewed their reports. I conducted queries in law enforcement databases to get background information.
And after doing all of these activities, did you have the opportunity to do anything else to further your investigation that afternoon or evening?
Yes.
What did you do?
I went to Mr. Walsh's home and interviewed him.
Now, where is Mr. Walsh's home?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And can you tell us about that street? First off, I take it's in Cohasset.
Yes.
And does that street go by any other designation?
CJC Highway or Route 3A.
And so, as it being Route 3A, is it a busy street or is it like kind of a smaller side street?
It is 2 lanes divided by a double yellow line, main thoroughfare through town.
And about what time did you go to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
About 6:30 p.m.
And who went with you?
Officer Lawrence.
And why did you bring Officer Lawrence?
He was the initial patrol responding officer.
And so that night when you got to the Walsh residence, can you tell us what happened when you arrived?
I was greeted by Mr. Walsh.
Okay. And when you were greeted by Mr. Walsh, Who else was home at this point in time?
His 3 children.
And what were the children doing?
They were eating McDonald's.
And whereabouts?
In the kitchen, there's a kitchen island that they were seated at.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to what's been marked as Exhibit 1, a photograph with the file number SLD 7068.
Any objection to that?
No objection.
Ms. Gilman?
Marked and admitted as Exhibit 1.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Do we want to move them all in? Are there
There's no objection.
objection to this group? I just want to be as efficient as possible. Do you want to move them all in?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, how many are there?
52, Your Honor.
Okay. And do you have an index of what their designation is, or can you get that to the court just so that we have a record of that?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll give that to the court at the lunch.
All right. So any objections? I know you've, and by the way, jurors, before a case starts, the parties work together collaboratively to see what evidence they can agree to and what they can't to limit the rulings. And they've agreed that these 52 photos are fair and accurate representations of what they report, and so the defense is agreeing that those 52 photos offered by the Commonwealth are now marked and admitted into evidence. They will be marked by the appropriate court staff as 1 to 52.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No in evidence. Thank you.
Now, sir, looking at Exhibit 1, can you tell us what we're looking at? Oh, well, you were going to have a tough time looking at the back. And if I could, sir, I'm going to ask that you could put that as close to the judge's bench as possible.
Sorry.
So it's not blocking any view.
Sure, sorry.
Thank you. Sir, can you see it?
Yes.
Excellent. What are we looking at?
This is the front of the residence at 516 CJC Highway.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Gilman, if we could have Exhibit 2, file number SLD 7067. What is this we're looking at, sir?
Still the front of the house, focusing on the right front corner.
And at that right front corner, are there any other entrances or egresses to the house?
Yes, there's a side door recessed on that little 3-step porch.
When you went to the house that night, which door did you go to?
That door.
And perhaps now's a good time for me to ask you, can you tell me how this house is situated from the street at Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
It's set back a long driveway. In front is another house and a used auto car dealership. It's in a wooded area.
And that's what's around the house, is the wooded area?
Correct.
Ms. Gilman, could we have Exhibit 3, file number 7175? Sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the kitchen.
And when you got to the home that evening, where were the children?
In those island bar seats.
Now, you get to the house. What is it that you do with Mr. Walsh that evening?
We sat at the dining room table and conducted an interview.
And do you see Mr. Walsh here today?
I do.
Could you identify him for the court, please?
The gentleman seated over there, blue suit, white shirt.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect the witnesses identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
Now, sir, where did the conversation with Mr. Walsh take place?
The dining room.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 4, 7178? So, what is it that we're looking at here?
This is the dining room.
And where was Mr. Walsh when you had your conversation with him?
Seated in that front right corner towards the camera.
And where were you seated?
The far seat, the seat that has that black jacket on the back of it.
Where was Officer Lorenz?
On the window bench.
And where were the children while this interview took place?
They were in and out of the room.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 5, 7177? Sir, what are we looking at here?
This is the area in between the dining room table and that kitchen island.
And Ms. Gilman, can we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 6, 7131? I'm sorry, 7124. My apologies. And sir, what is this again?
This is a closer view of that buffet table.
And then when you were there that night, What was in the house as far as pets?
A dog.
Ms. Gilman, can we have 7131, which I believe is exhibit now 7? Sir, where is this in the home?
If you go in that side door, you're in a hallway. If you take a right, there's a sunken-in family room.
And is that dog the one that was home that night?
Yes, Hans.
Any difficulties with the dog that night when you were talking to Mr. Walsh?
No.
And where was the dog that night when you spoke with Mr. Walsh?
In that crate.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to play the interview of January 4th. I have not marked it as an exhibit yet, but I have it on an individual drive.
All right. Subject to the objections that have been preserved. Any other objections?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So this will be, are you offering it?
I'm offering to have this marked as the exhibit, and
All
then
right.
Ms. Gilman will be able to play it.
It'll be marked and admitted now into evidence as Exhibit 53.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Exhibit 53, you've had the opportunity to review that, correct?
Yes,
And does that fairly and accurately reflect the conversation you had with Mr. Walsh that night?
it does.
Thank you. At this point in time, Ms. Gilman, I'd ask if you could press play on Exhibit 53, the interview from January 4th.
Okay, the quarter is on. It is 18:39 on Wednesday, January 4th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present here is Officer Lawrence. And Sir Brian, can you state your name for me?
Yeah, Brian Walshe,
Brian Walshe, okay. Brian, what's your date of birth?
13175.
Okay, and we're at your home, 516 CJC Highway.
Yes, it's right now.
Perfect. So, could you do me a favor? I know you've explained a lot of this
Of course.
today. Could you just do me a favor and just start at the beginning? So, I understand your wife, Anna, she travels a lot for work.
She's in DC for this great new job she got.
Okay.
And we're to follow shortly, but it's taking longer.
Awesome. So, starting most recently, she was at work.
One second.
Yep.
That's okay. Can you please let me finish this and I'm going to get you whatever you need, please? Yes. Okay, okay.
1 second. Do whatever. We're on your turf, so do whatever you need.
Okay, I got it. Honest, you guys will behave. Thank you. All right, yes, go ahead.
So most recently, so Anna, it's my understanding that Anna came home on, was it Friday?
Friday morning she arrived, yes.
Friday morning she came home, okay. And she flew from DC to.
Yes, yes, I can show you she sent me that information.
Sure, I would love to.
You can look up, yeah, you can look through all of them, but that was the last one she sent me.
This is,
That's,
word text.
no, she texted me so I would know when she was coming in, I'd ask.
So this is your text,
Yeah, my text chain was on it, so you can look, you can take a look at that, whatever you want to do with that.
all right, so it looks like on last Thursday at 7:36 p.m., there's a screenshot of the JetBlue app. And it's a travel itinerary. It's a flight B6254, dated December 30th, from DCA, Terminal 2, the C28, to Boston, Terminal C, the C33. So it departs at 6:30 a.m., arrives at Boston 7:57 a.m. And then do you mind if I just look at?
Please look at anything that's going to help you, please look at anything. She sent me some, she had a day with Thomas, and she sent me some videos of that, and then you'll get into the area where I start texting her. She doesn't reply to me. And if you want to look there, there's probably a year's worth of text there. If any of that is supportive, please.
Sure. No, I'm not looking to pry. I'm just really looking
I'm
for
open.
this.
Trust me. That's
No, I appreciate it. So Friday around 6:01 a.m., you text flight on time.
right.
She responds amongst other things, yes, boarding now. So, okay, Friday 7:59 a.m. landed. And then it looks like Friday 12:07 p.m. Photos of Anna and who's the oldest? Thomas.
Yeah.
6 years old, my man. More photos Friday evening. Did you take these photos?
I took that photo most likely.
You took these and sent them to Anna?
She usually would just send them to herself.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, so
She'd take my phone and send them to herself.
Okay,
The ones that she liked.
very good.
Okay, I know it's exciting for you guys.
So that was a series of 7 photos sent Friday at 6:33 p.m. And Anna sent this group of photos?
I believe so. I took the photos. A lot of times I take the photos and she takes my phone and sends them to herself.
Okay. Monday 2:33 p.m. A text from you to Anna. Monday 7:18 p.m. Another text. Yesterday, string of texts. 6:39 a.m. Continuing to 8:30 a.m.
Usually she'd be back in touch with me at this point.
Okay. What's Viber? Calling you in Viber now?
Viber is what her sister uses. That's how it's like a WhatsApp or something.
Oh, okay.
So Viber is from a long time ago. She would use that to communicate with Europe and stuff like that. So when her SIM card died last week, she called me on Viber. So I thought I'd call Viber.
Okay.
Sister uses it. So I tried every sort of situation I could to get in touch
Okay.
before blowing the whistle or ringing the bell or anything.
Sure. Did the SIM card issue ever get resolved?
I believe so. Her phone was working when she came here.
Okay. It's my understanding that it's a company phone.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So
And it's on Verizon, if you know.
no, so we're on Verizon. I don't know what the company is on, but I know that she was part of our family plan, and then she just ported the phone over.
She brought the number over to their system.
Well, she took the phone over.
Okay.
So like that was canceled and then moved over.
Okay.
But I think she took the number as well because we didn't change numbers.
Right. Okay. So she took the family plan number
And the phone.
to work, and then work to start paying for it.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excellent.
I guess they call it porting it over.
Yep. When one carrier picks up the other carrier.
Yeah, but I think they don't use Verizon.
Okay.
T-Mobile maybe.
Okay. Okay. So she flies in. I see the text around 7 a.m. How does she get from the airport to home?
Yeah,
Here.
she always Uber or Lyft. That's-
Uber or Lyft,
Yeah,
okay.
and Uber was one and Lyft would be two.
Okay. And then so she gets dropped off here.
Yeah, usually they drop her off further down because no one can find the place. So,
Okay.
but that's pretty much.
Sure. So
That's why I was in contact. When she's arriving, there's more contact than when she's going to DC. Normally, like she's off pretty quick. So, yeah,
work, focus
right.
on
So
work,
so if it had just been reversed, it would have been a totally different situation. But I heard from her, I don't know what's going on now.
Sure.
She's supposed to be here, so.
Sure. Okay. So she comes home Friday morning.
Yes.
Do you guys do anything together, or what are you doing? What?
Yeah, so
Run me through the weekend if you don't mind.
yeah, with pleasure. I had some when she was running late, so I took William and Brian Kindercare is where the daycare is where we picked them up from.
Yep.
And Thomas was off, so I said, would you like to have a day with Thomas? I'm just going to go, okay, Thomas. I just am going to do a few errands that I've already scheduled for. And then she was having a good time, and then I came back, and then we spent rest of the day with the evening with the kids, and then we hung out. And
Okay.
then she was a bit tired when she came. She wasn't feeling well. Okay, guys. Okay. And so Saturday was December 31st. She went to work out in the morning, and
What's the gym?
yeah, it's bar method.
Bar method?
Yeah.
Okay.
She went to Glossy Nails to have her nails done for the new year.
Is that also in Hingham?
I believe so, yes.
Go back to Friday. Do you guys just hang in the house? Or
Yes, that's it.
You
Yeah.
didn't go
No, we didn't
dinner
go
or lunch or
No,
anything?
we were just here in the house.
So she was here, you ran some errands?
Yeah.
And then you just hung out in the house?
Yeah, then with the kids, doing family time.
Alright, so then she hits Farm Ed and Hingham for the gym in the morning
Yes.
Saturday?
Yes.
And then Glossy Nails?
Yes, because that was the last time I used my phone to say, they're okay.
Yep.
And she said, yeah, I just decided to get my nails done. I was like, okay, great. Oh, thank you. Okay. I hold this. and then she said, then she came over and she said, hey, I'm going to take the kids. I give you a break. I'm going to take the kids to a place in Canton, the Wonderland over there. It's an indoor place. Okay. So this is what, and then my son took my phone up to his room. Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Sorry, I'm going to do
I got it.
Oh, thank you. Okay. Thomas, can you make a movie? Can you organize movies for us? Thank you so much. This guy's mesmerized by you. What happened was, I was like, that would be great, so I get ready because we're making dinner for her former boss, Jem.
Okay.
She hadn't seen him face to face for a while, so I said, I got some time alone to prepare dinner and get everything together, and she took the Jem. Yeah. A lot of people call him Jim. He's been on the phone with me 5 times today as well. So he came over, and then we had
Dinner here?
yeah, we had dinner here. Yeah, we had dinner here. We celebrated the New Year, and then signed the bottle. She signed 23 being the best year ever, and then I'm working on it. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. There you go. Okay. Okay. See, that's how it happens. At that time, I didn't have access to my phone.
Okay.
So, sorry, he does that a lot. I apologize. He's not supposed to.
The kids had the phone, right?
Yeah, so William, the excited one, took it up to his room. I didn't know it was there, but I knew it was going to turn up. We have a lot of worry that it's going to be thrown out. He had thrown out my wife's phone apparently a while ago. That's the age of the kids, but they have a tendency to throw stuff away. Then she'd been on the phone a lot. Or texting with work, and she mentioned with Jem that she was worried about work and things like that.
Okay.
And I was like, all right. She was scheduled to leave Tuesday morning early. And then she said that there was an emergency at work, one of the buildings, and that she had to leave early in the morning. Sunday morning. And I was like, okay, normally I would have been like, that's ridiculous, but she worked up until 7 p.m. on December 24th in another building in D.C.
Okay.
So I thought, all right, this is, we're going to be together soon enough as a family. It's fine, we make this decision together. So,
Do you know what kind of issue arose?
she didn't explain it to me.
Some kind of
But there was one of the buildings had a bunch of leaks. Another building, the FBI raided at one point. Another building, there was a disgruntled tenant. And so she was dealing with all of that. She's the regional manager there. So I didn't know because I didn't want, I was like, all right, well, whatever has to be done. Then she said, hey, I'm going to have time off for Martin Luther King Day. I can be here for 4, maybe 5 days. And I was like, well, that's great. That's great news. And then, she only brings her bag. Her carry bag is normally a Louis Vuitton bag. And she didn't bring, she just brings a little bit of stuff. She's got a bunch of stuff all over this place. Or she just goes and buys it. And then, what happened? Then she woke me up around 6 and said she was going. She came down. I guess Thomas heard her and came down, and she said, I have to go. And he said, I love you very much. And she said, I love you very much. And then he said that she left. He got in a taxi, but I don't think he saw it because it was further down. But if you want to talk to him, but he said it was a taxi, and I was like, he described the car. He's like, well, I really didn't see it, Dad. So I was like, okay. So he was coming down to get, I think,
Maybe Anna said taxi. And
maybe she's my driver, but I know that she was not driving. There's no way she was driving a vehicle. There's like zero possibility of that.
Okay. When was she originally scheduled to fly back?
Well, it was Tuesday at probably 8:30 or 8 or the early flight that she takes. What was I going to say? I never got the confirmation for that.
Okay.
But she usually just sends me her arrival because that's the most important for us once she's with the kids and everything and scheduling.
Right.
So.
Okay. Does she particularly travel on JetBlue?
Yeah, she got a JetBlue credit card.
Okay.
That gave her 80,000 points, and she doesn't like getting new credit cards, but she was like, well, we're doing this a lot. So she had gotten that. I had no access to that. She just got it, but she also started to use it more because she needed to spend a certain amount of money to get the points. So that changed our whole dynamic over the last month.
Yep, that makes sense. So, she's been flying JetBlue lately. Is it a particular airport that she's going to as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's JetBlue or American Airlines. American Airlines would be second.
Okay.
This is Jim. You guys don't want to talk to him, do you?
Not yet, yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
Yeah.
So JetBlue number 1, American Airlines number 2. That's all I know. I don't think she ever took anything else. And someone said maybe she took a connecting flight. She never took a connecting flight. Even once in the summer where they had the thunderstorms and she couldn't. She spent 8 hours at the airport. She didn't even consider, like, well, I just go get stuck somewhere. It's not DC or Boston, so that's no good. So I don't think that happened at all. I can't imagine that. And then it was always DCA and it was always Logan. It was never, she never went to national or anything like that.
Okay. So what? You heard this from William as to the whole taxi mention?
Thomas, this is my 6-year-old,
Thomas.
yeah.
Thomas.
Yeah, William doesn't have it.
Yeah, well, that was time.
Yeah, William's story would be much more fantastical.
Yeah. So, why do you think Thomas was up?
He gets up early, and he's always watching. I let him sleep with his iPad, so he wakes up and starts doing that. And then I guess, anytime he hears action downstairs, like during when we were having the dinner and celebrating, he came down to say hello to Jem. So anytime he hears something, he comes down. So he must have heard his mother, and he was like, oh, great, I'm awake, so he came down.
Okay.
Because when he was on the couch, I came down and said, I'm sorry, Mommy, Mommy had to leave early.
Yep.
And he said, I already met that, Daddy. I said goodbye to her.
Okay.
So,
Okay, that makes sense.
yeah. Because I was like, okay, because he was on the couch earlier than normal but he had been off the whole week, so he had a lot of rest. So
Okay. So going back to New Year's Eve.
Yeah.
So it's you, Anna,
And
the
Jem.
boys, and Jem.
yeah, well, the boys were all, we put them to bed. Jem didn't get here till 8.
Okay.
And Anna
They're all in bed.
Yeah, Anna took them to that indoor play. So totally.
Is it Wonderland?
I call it Wonderland. It's probably indoor play Canton. It's in Canton. It's an indoor play. I don't have the exact name. Anna was on top of that.
Okay. So it's you, Jem, and Anna.
And then
doing the dinner.
Yeah, and then Thomas came
Okay.
and hung out, and we heard it was going, and then finally went to bed.
Okay. So how did the night progress? How how late did Jem stay over?
Yeah, Jem stayed till, almost 1 or so, like after midnight at our age with kids. We're like, okay, good, we did it. I was like, it's past our bedtime. When you're younger, you're like, hey, what's next?
I was in bed at 10:30.
Yeah, right, there you go. So, and that's when, during that time, Anna was dealing with her phone a lot, and she'd gotten a message from Adela, who I've spoken to today, who was like, hey, you didn't see me before you left, and so he was upset, and then she was seeming, I don't know, like she seemed like the last couple of weeks she seemed like under pressure at her job. And she mentioned, even Jem spoke about it today, there were a lot of things she didn't like doing or she's not good at. So that seemed to be on her mind. She spoke to me a few days before saying she wanted to see a psychiatrist. And I was like, yeah, we're apart. It's been difficult for all of us. I've seen a therapist, like I told you today, the last 35 years. So anything that would support you is fine. And then, but I mean, I always make fun of her, my super sturdy woman. So, it seems like she was invincible. And so that was going on. And then she said that she had to go. After Jem left, she said she had to go.
Okay.
And I was like...
So maybe around 1:30?
Yeah, maybe before, like, after 1 before 1:30.
Okay.
And then, because she was like, we're going to go to bed. And I was like, what's this? She's like, Brian, I really have to go back. And that's when she told me, and I was like, that seems odd, but I get what's going on. She was supposed to be here the whole week.
Right.
But she didn't get it until Friday because she was just too much work that she was trying to keep up with. So the schedule has been, thank you. Thank you. But the schedule has been like that for the past few months, where she's been having to cut back on family time. And it's been difficult for all of us, definitely.
Sure. When exactly how many months ago did she start the job, or when did the whole new arrangement?
Yeah, it's been a while. We've been here for 9 months almost. We were supposed to be here for a few months, and then things took longer. Hello, hi. Okay, thank you. Okay, and then at first it was supposed to be in Boston, the job.
Yeah.
And she worked at the Boston property. And then that wasn't working out, and then she moved to DC, and then I was like, all right, well, we'll do this. It shouldn't take long, and then, things progressed, so that was not the best.
Okay. I can imagine that's gotta be tough.
Yeah. But, the only problems we had in our marriage were that we weren't spending time together. That was during the pandemic, a lot of people got divorced. We enjoyed family time.
Loved it.
Yeah, everybody loved it. Yeah.
Sure. Okay, so what's the time frame? So Jem leaves between 1 and 1:30.
No, Jem leaves about like 1. Let's say 12:50, 1 o'clock. Because I remember looking at the clock; it was close to 1.
Okay.
And then Anna and I were talking, and then I went to the bathroom, and she said, "I have to." Let's go to bed, and I said, sure, and then I was like, let me clean up, and that's when she said that she had to go. She's like, I really have to go tomorrow.
Okay.
And she'd made mention that she might have to leave early, earlier on Saturday. Then she confirmed it, but she always was like, hey, I'm going to be there early, I'm going to stay longer, and then she's like, I can't do it. So I think maybe I was putting a lot of pressure on her for more family time, and she was having a hard time speaking up. Yeah,
that's understandable. All right, so you think by 1:30 you both were upstairs and going to bed?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Both asleep at 1:30.
Okay, and then she was to catch a early flight.
Early flight. So she only got. This is why she's always been tired. She wasn't feeling well on Friday to begin with, and she was very ill the week before. I want to say because I got sick too. The kids got sick, then I got sick, and she came. Everyone got sick.
Boys run around.
So everyone's sick a lot. So, but I want to say on on the 27th, she worked from home. She was so sick, which is very rare.
Okay.
So, but she was feeling better. But I noticed a difference there, and then she probably got 2.5 or 3 hours of sleep.
Okay.
And then she gets up, and you hear her like in the bathroom getting ready.
Yep.
And then it must have been 6. I didn't see the clock, but it was dark outside still. So.
Okay.
And that's when she came down. And then she does the final, cleans up and stuff like that.
Okay. Did you sleep through that whole morning routine?
Yes, I did. Yeah, I used to get up, and she was like, "You're gonna be ruined. The boys are gonna get up." So I was like, "You're right." But she comes and kisses me.
Okay. And then, have you heard any other communication or seen any other, does she have social media?
Yes, she has a bunch of social media. People have already been looking into it.
Yep.
I guess her iMessenger comes up on my phone for some reason. I don't know. So people have been sending messages, and I think they're for me, but they're for Anna.
Okay.
And her Instagram, I have some access to, but I don't do any social media really, so it's her domain. But everyone is called saying that they thought that they saw some action on the Facebook, Jem and Adela, and I said it must be me. Comes through, and I look at it because normally I don't, but now I'm looking at everything that comes in.
Yeah.
But there have been I don't think there have been any new posts because I've asked everyone who does it
To keep an eye out.
Yeah, if there have been any new, but it does not seem like she's on Instagram and Facebook.
Instagram and Facebook.
I don't know of any other platforms.
All right. So Sunday morning when she leaves, you haven't heard anything?
Don't know.
Okay.
But just to be clear, I didn't have the phone, and last week on it was the 24th. She had that work at Mazda building or something. So I didn't hear. We spoke in the morning, but I didn't hear from her all day. And then she was supposed to be here on a flight, and she missed that flight on the 25th.
Okay.
And she drove up.
Okay.
At that point, that's when I freaked out because she was coming here. So I'm like, well, where is she? I hadn't heard from her.
Right.
Super weird. And that's when I said, you're missing. And I'm going to call Sally, her sister.
This is the 24th.
The 6th, 25th, I'm sorry, 25th, yeah.
So Christmas
Day.
Day.
Because she worked all night, New Year's Eve,
Yeah.
which I was not happy about, but I understand. She was supposed to be here early on the 25th. She wasn't here. And I didn't have, she hadn't sent me her flight info.
Okay.
That's one of the few times. So then I started to really get nervous, and I called Sally and Alyssa, and I called Jim, but I didn't say anything to Jim. And then I called my mother, and I was gonna file this first report right there. So I was like,
Yep.
And then she called and said, I'm driving up. I was at the airport. My flight was canceled. I was busy. I couldn't get in touch with you.
Okay.
And I was like, okay. So this time around, it was a bit different. She's going to DC now. And I didn't have the phone, so I just emailed her saying, I hope everything's okay, and all that's fine.
So, where was your phone on Sunday?
So Saturday at 11 a.m., I guess William took it and put it up in his bed. It was under, Thomas found it under his pillow on Monday at that 2:30 time when I got in touch with her.
Okay.
But I emailed her twice before that, but I was like, you know what, it's fine. I don't want to, every time my wife needs 5 minutes. So, and then I started getting nervous, and then on Tuesday I started to call around, and I remember her telling me, "Hey, don't call work. Don't embarrass me at work, Brian." And I was like, "Sure." So I called Sally and everyone, and then I was like, and then this morning that's when I was like, I have to. And
we're going on another day.
Yeah. So now it's Wednesday. Today's Wednesday, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, I lost. And then this morning, that's when I started calling everyone.
Okay.
And then the Tishman Spy people got back to me very quickly.
Yep.
I left a message at their off-site sales. I said, "Can you please say Brian Walshe called?" I called another building that we didn't pick up, and I was going to call her boss, Jeff Chod, who I didn't have his number, but I was looking for it.
Yeah.
And then it was Graham that called me and said, "Is everything okay?" And I said, "I don't know. Is she at work?" And he said, "I didn't see her yesterday."
Okay.
And that's when things kind of moved a lot quicker.
Okay. All right. Very good. That all sounds reasonable. Has she ever forgotten her phone or left her phone here before?
She's never left her phone here. I mean, she's pretty good at it. It has happened.
Yeah.
It has happened, but I don't think she's ever left her phone here.
Okay. Does she ever turn the phone off or put it on vibrate or anything like that, or does she always keep the ringer on?
No, she definitely turns it on. In the evening we have to. So.
Is she on call at times where she would always keep her phone on, or is she okay to just shut it off at night?
She would turn on the side. She never turns the phone off though.
Okay.
So the phone is almost always on. I mean, a lot of times she's running out of battery.
That would be my next
Yeah.
question. Is she one of the types that's always looking for a phone charger?
Yeah, no, we have also the kids are destroying them all the time. And so here at the house, she's always looking for juice for her phone.
Okay. Okay. Does anything else come to mind that we should be aware of?
I mean, I talked to my wife even though that we've been doing this for a while and we haven't had about it, I talk to her a lot. And even if she can't talk, she sends me a text saying, I'll call you right back or something. I mean, it's very rare. It's one or two times that I didn't hear from her, and then I freaked out, and then she's like, you need to take it easy. I mean, it's too much pressure, Brian. I said, sure, of course, I understand.
Right.
And now this time, I feel like I was not high pressure enough. I should have, done something more. So my mother is calling, like she's like, what's going on? She wants to hire private investigators and stuff like that. So I was like, so the detectives class are coming. The gentleman at Tishman Spire's head of global security. So
okay.
I think we're in a good shot here.
Yeah. Do you have like shared or access to her Uber or Lyft accounts? Or does she run her own?
Yeah, I don't use any of that stuff. Yeah, I'm driving around, and I never did. It worked out when I was single. My friends would pay for all the Ubers, but Anna was always ahead with the tech and things like that. And since she was, I never did anything to learn about it because I didn't have to. So
right. Does she have any family here stateside or in New England?
Me and the boys. That's it.
Okay.
And then her sister is in Toronto. I told her sister you guys were coming, and that she's available to talk. Everyone's available to talk, whatever you want to ask.
Okay, perfect. Appreciate that. So she got a sister in Canada. Where's Anna's mother?
Okay, so Anna's mother's in Belgrade, and Anna was just there. Her mother has been sick. She was here, and then when she got back to Belgrade, so she went up. She was going to the hospital to do some work. So she and her sister were both there to support her mother at the end of November, beginning of December.
Okay, so not too long ago.
No.
And that's Serbia?
Yes, sorry, yes, Serbia.
Okay.
And Sally, her sister, called and let her mother know what was happening.
Okay.
So
any other siblings?
It's basically just the three of them. It's her and Sally and Malaka as her mother.
Okay. No brother or anything?
No.
Okay. Any like half siblings or anything on the father's side?
There is someone. His name is Milan. He is a cousin that they share land with, that they've been in a dispute with for, 30 years or 20 years. Okay. And that's been going back and forth for our entire marriage. They had a deal. It just fell apart. They went up to deal with that as well. Okay. Yes, but Sally and Anna do not get along with Milan at all.
Okay.
But he's
that's kind of a tumultuous relationship.
Very.
And there was activity related to that as recent as early December?
Yeah, they had to go deal with the lawyers, and they had a contract that was signed 5 years ago, but they had to, cancel it.
Okay.
It didn't work out.
And it's like a land dispute.
It's a huge land dispute, yeah.
Okay. Was Jim any like best friends? I know you mentioned Jim, which was an old.
Jim is there's a girl named Carrie Westbrook. Carrie Westbrook. She's a very good friend of Anna. They both worked at the Little Washington. Okay. Jim and Adela called to say that she posted something about it's been 10 years or 13 years, and Anna would normally always say something. Okay, thank you.
Where did they work together?
At the Inn at Little Washington. That was Anna's. I think Anna's one of Anna's first jobs when she was here.
Okay.
So Carrie, and then in town there's Adela who works at the Melrose. He's been in touch with me several times today. There's a neighbor. She made good friends with the neighbor. I don't know who the neighbor is though. That's Winta is her name, but I don't have any numbers. And she hasn't spoken about it for several months, which is, I guess now I think about it is odd. There's Alyssa Kirby. Peter Kirby lives in Marshfield. That's his brother, and Alyssa Kirby lives very nearby. When I called on Christmas Day, Alyssa was going to go over and check on the house.
Okay.
And that's an Anna call. and then Anna's like settled down. But Alyssa has, she's like, I can go to the house. So I said, everyone's already been to the house. Alyssa, thank you.
And these are DC contacts?
These are, Alyssa is a DC contact, Abdella is a DC contact, Carrie's in DC. The gentleman who sold us our townhouse, William Fasto, is in DC, and his office is very close by. When I called him, he's like, oh, I just got back in from Idaho, but he immediately went over to take a look at the house.
Okay.
Abdella did too.
Okay. Just so I have the dynamic right, you guys started in DC and you came up here?
Yeah.
The Boston opportunity, and then that kind of brought you back down? Or brought
No,
you
no,
back to DC?
she was in DC, I was always involved, like, you're going back, like, from the beginning of our relationship?
Yeah.
Oh,
So,
yeah,
like,
sure.
how long, like, when did you guys meet and when did you guys get married?
Oh, right, yeah, so we met, years ago at a place called the Wheatley.
Okay.
And then she went to DC for a job, and I was traveling, and then I called her, in November of 2011 to say, I'll be in DC, and then we met up, and we started going out again, and then in 2013 we lived together in DC, and then that wasn't working out, and I came up to Boston, and then she quickly came back after.
Okay.
And then we were in Boston since then, and then she got this job in DC, and she said, I'm going to go back to DC now as it works out, and I said, sure, and then but we were in Boston for 7 or 8 years together.
Okay. Do you have any, does she have any other phones, or is it just that one work phone, or like an Apple Watch, or anything?
She wanted to get an Apple Watch, and we were actually getting one. I don't know. I didn't see, she would have told me, we talked a lot, so I don't think she was talking about getting another phone and an Apple Watch. I don't know if she got the Apple, the extra phone, but I was wondering if she had a second device as well.
Okay.
But she normally likes to just have one device. There have been times over our marriage where she's had 2 devices, though.
Okay. Is it, who's typically in charge of either the finances or the accounts?
Anna's very good at that. I like, we do it together, but when it comes to being on time paying the bills, she's much better, much better at that stuff. So,
okay, great.
With me, like more, broader advisory, like let's do this, let's spend money on that.
Sure.
But no, she is an operations expert. That's like
perfect. Logistics, that sort of thing.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. How about, if you don't mind me asking, like overall, like financially, like everything good and in order, or
yes.
Are there any stressors, or
Yes, yes, definitely. Okay. Well, financially, in some ways, better than ever. This job was 3 times what she was making with Jack.
Oh wow.
That's why I think she did $315 this year.
Oh wow.
So that was huge for us.
Sure.
And then, yeah, definitely. So that's why we decided to do the deal. But I've been having legal problems for many years now. It's one of the reasons why I couldn't leave, because I'm dealing with that now. And it was supposed to be done a long time ago, and it wasn't. So we've been really depressed about that. And there is restitution that I get to pay, but we have the money, and we're just waiting to get a final resolution. So the stress was being a part and not being the authors of our own lives. I couldn't move when we had to. And then our mothers had both of their health a bit difficult. So she had to go to Belgrade instead of coming here for 2 weeks.
Right.
And that was a hard hit. And then my mother, she needs a lot of assistance. She recently had cataracts, and she's had 3 cancer surgeries. So she's doing well. So thank you, knock on wood.
Yeah.
Those were. Everything okay, Thomas? Okay. This is a long time, but yes, the biggest stress was not being together. Before, when I was dealing with it, we were together. It was fine. It was one of those, we were a magnificent team. We were able to get through anything together.
Right.
I was reading her a love note just the other day from 4 years ago about how we're able to blossom under such difficult circumstances. So,
perfect. I appreciate you being so open.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I ask about?
Please ask any questions you'd like.
the legal stress?
Absolutely, yeah. So, do you have a specific question, or would you like?
Just a rundown, what?
Yeah, I misrepresented a Warhol piece. You can read about it in the papers.
Are you an attorney?
Am I?
What's your representation?
No, I was.
I don't even know what you do. I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Well, we have a chocolate. So I had some art, and I lost money on it, and I misrepresented it to another person, a gallery in LA.
Okay.
And then the FBI got involved, and I was arrested, and that occurred in 2018. So I've been dealing with that, and then I went to sentencing in October 8th of 2021, and everything was going to be fine.
Yep.
But the bank had called for the bank check, saying that some of the money had been returned, but none of the money that was in the bank check, and then things were postponed.
Okay.
And then things continue to be postponed, and that's, so I'm kind of locked down here at the house. Part of my sentence was home confinement, but it's gone over the 12 months because of things have not been resolved yet.
Okay.
And that's why I haven't been able to be in Massachusetts with, I'm sorry, in DC with my wife, and she's been doing this. So, but we were just the other day there was possible resolution for the whole thing.
Perfect.
Obviously,
Let it be the time.
that's what we're looking. But the prosecutor definitely.
We can make mail.
I will. Give me one moment. I'm going to make the note for you. But the prosecutor definitely was interested in more, and he saw a second opportunity at the Apple. So that's why things have taken a lot longer. And,
Okay.
But that's where we're at. And if there's any other information, you can. I'll give you my attorney's number, and she can also tell you about it.
Sure.
She can probably explain the law better than I can. But I was I acknowledge I was out of integrity, and I'm thank you. And I'm dealing with the whole family. Unfortunately, is dealing with it because of my actions.
So, we're not here to catch judgment.
No, it's but I just I know.
I
want to
get a whole picture.
I don't want to hide anything from you because if that could lead to finding my wife sooner, that's the most important thing.
Right. Yeah. So we just.
But it's I do want to acknowledge extremely.
It's a stress or anything like that.
But it's extremely embarrassing for me to talk about. But under these circumstances, it's worth it.
We're not here to judge anything like that.
Thank you for that. Thank you. Is there any? But please, if you have any other questions, please ask me. This is don't hold back.
She obviously has a passport, right?
Yes.
Is her passport still here?
No.
Is that something she normally carries with her for traveling, or?
Yeah, I would say yes, because what happened was she lost her ID at one point.
Yep.
And now she had to start carrying her passport. But now she always carries her passport. She brought. William does not have a passport. Thomas and Brian do.
Okay.
And when I got nervous about, not seeing her and stuff, I was like, hey, whoever is with the kids should have their passports. It's the only form of ID. Also, my mother wanted to open an account for Thomas, and so the only way to identify him properly.
Sure.
So she brought those passports here, and they're here now.
Okay. Is she on any medications?
Not that I know of. She so for health, I'm out of shape, but she's in great shape. But she we had a bit of a cancer scare last year, but they biopsied and said it was fine
on her side.
On her side, and but she kept saying that she felt that she was pale recently, and I said it's because she hasn't had a lot of rest. She'd be working hard and flying. Okay, and flying in, and then when she gets here, it's not restful. The kids are like, so I would give her some weekends off and say, hey, stay in DC. I'll take care of the kids. You've got to get because she's here the whole weekend and leaves early in the morning for work, and then now her work schedule really, when she got back, the work schedule really got very tight because she'd taken 2 weeks off.
Okay.
So we really didn't have any time for the holidays or anniversary. So it's
sure.
sad.
So you're not aware of any medications. Any other health issues or anything coming up? The one biopsy?
No, nothing. I mean, it's very unlikely that she would hide something from me.
Right.
We really talk about everything, and No, I can't think of that there'd be anything else.
Okay. Luggage wise, she probably has a full set of clothes in DC.
Oh yeah, and also, most of my clothing's in DC too. So the idea, she thought it was going to take a month or two to get there. It was taking a lot longer. So, we had to buy stuff just to like everything. We keep having to buy new stuff.
Up here. Okay. So I assume she travels light.
Very light.
Okay.
Yeah. So one time she just brought her purse.
Yep.
And then this time she brought up my my heavier coat because I was getting cold. She said, "I'm gonna bring." So she brought her little carry-on.
Okay. And
But
you had a coat in DC, so she brought your coat up here.
Yeah, because I was wearing this light coat, and she said, "Come on, I'll bring it up." And I was like, "All right."
That makes sense. Sure.
But that means she has to bring more luggage, and I felt bad. She's like, "Don't buy a new coat, don't get cold and get sick." So.
Right. So you described the carry-on?
Absolutely, it's a Louis Vuitton carry-on.
It's like a big purse, like.
Well, no, it's the duffel bag, the Louis Vuitton duffel bag. Yeah. My mother actually, she wanted me to ask the Washington police if they saw that bag at the house, because if that bag was there, I think she's definitely at that. She'd been to that house.
What color is it?
It's the brown, the classic, yeah.
With all the shades.
Yeah,
on
with
the
the
first guy.
I mean, I had to become what my wife is. Yeah.
Any like memory issues?
Yeah, she has a terrible memory. We make fun of it since we've been together. Yeah, she's like, I said that's why she's always happy. She doesn't remember anything.
But I mean, so she's not losing like big gaps of the day, like.
No.
Like hours go
No,
missing.
nothing
Just
like
classic, like what I had, like I forget what I had for lunch.
Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, she. But that's the joke it always made. It's like, well, I don't know. She was always. That was always the thing. Or even, further back, I was the one who had the memory of everything.
Okay.
But I told her it was good. I could repeat stories, so a fresh marriage forever. It was good.
I like that. Any substance abuse?
No. Anna basically drank nothing when she met me. She started to drink more, and then we both with the kids and stuff pretty much shut it down. But New Year's Eve we did have some champagne and stuff like that.
That's completely reasonable.
But no, Anna's totally straight arrow always.
Do you have any sort of like family tracking on the apps? Like Find My iPhone,
I don't.
AirTags, anything like that?
So my mother just bought AirTags for us, and Anna had picked it up on Saturday. She said, "Can I have one?" I said, "Yeah, one of these is for you."
Sure.
But because things went so, those are her sunglasses. Where did you find those? You forgot them. Okay. All right. But because she left early, we're going to do a lot of work for the new year and stuff, and then she was going to be having an AirTag with her.
Okay.
My mother was like, "I'm going to have an AirTag."
Yeah.
But they're right on my desk, all wrapped up and everything. And she's the one that like launches all of it. She's the one who puts stuff together. So, and I would always just say, "Oh, okay, we'll wait till you come back." I was always waiting for her to come save us. Four guys over here.
That's what happened.
Yeah, that's pretty much. Okay, thank you. Okay, I should take these. No.
Yeah, those look expensive.
Yeah, your mother's gonna get upset. Okay. Don't break them. Okay. All right.
Where did he find those?
I don't know. They must have been over here or something like that. I didn't notice. I just noticed them. Okay. No swearing. Sorry for that. I thought he was saying truck for a while.
I heard truck. I'm on his side. I heard truck.
Okay. Good. Thanks.
Did she bring the big duffel bag back with her? Have you seen it yet?
I know we haven't. So when you asked me what she might be wearing, her black coat, but it's a small coat.
Yep.
The hunter boots were gone. Blue and gray. The duffel bag, and then the purse that she brought.
Okay.
A black purse, probably.
Okay. Do you have any cameras at the house?
Not
like,
this one. Oh.
Ring doorbell. I know it's a rental. But,
yeah, no, we don't have any here.
Is the landlord or property owner or anything?
I don't think so. I haven't called Peter yet. I've been calling a lot of people, but hadn't been ready to go to the next level again. But I don't think he's got. He might have something down by the garage. Like, he might have some stuff down there.
Sure.
But I don't think he's got anything on his. I haven't seen any Ring doorbells anywhere.
Okay. Any cameras at the townhouse in DC?
There's she installed. We had the door. What's the not Ring, but what's the other one? Not our.
Yeah.
There's a lot of them now.
Ring, Blink, Arlo.
What's the one that has a thermostat too?
Nest.
The Nest. I think it's a Nest camera. But that would be on her phone. But when we were, I'm going to one moment. When we were at Jerusalem Road, we had 3, so I'd be out playing with the boys, and she'd call or she'd talk through it and stuff like that. She's very good with that. Yeah. But no, I just not here. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Sheila, anything else?
I can't think of anything else if you haven't already explained. Appreciate it.
No, I appreciate. No, I appreciate it. I know it's 7:30, and you guys are still here, so thank you for that.
Do you mind if I take a look at the camera roll? Maybe if she took your, if she took
the photos I have on this.
Yeah. Just if there's something that jumps out, you know what I mean?
Sometimes the kids get it, so sorry.
No,
but that's everything there. You can take a look. There's probably 1,000 photos. Glasses back, please. Front glasses, please. Okay. You said it would be okay if they ran around.
Yep.
That's fine. You enjoy the happy meals.
Yeah. I always make the joke, I'm going to make it extra happy for you guys. Yes, Thomas. Okay, well, please tell them not to. That's not. Tom and William, please. Oh no, I would like to say I don't know where you learned that from, but I'm pretty sure it was me. You're taking that. That's your brother's. He's gonna get very upset. Thank you. All right. Okay, I have the glasses back, please. All right.
If you don't mind me asking, what kind of errands did you run on?
On Friday.
Friday.
Yeah, basically I just went down to see a friend of mine, Paul Fleming. We hadn't seen each other in a while.
Yep.
And then, brought back some of the stuff for New Year's meal and things like that. And trying to think what else.
Where was that? Where did you meet him?
It was in Boston.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, in Kimball Square. What? Oh, great.
Thank you.
Yeah, and if you anytime you want to go through this, feel free.
Sure.
So weird, like my whole life is like on this thing. I'd be like, here's my life. Go enjoy it.
Yeah, I just looked. I saw the photos from the DC area.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
Okay.
of your wife and the boys.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, the same. Yeah.
And that was Friday.
I'm trying to think. I also went to. I had some energy or banking stuff to do, so that was the other thing.
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Do you mind if we just do a walkthrough of the house, just see if anything jumps out to us?
Yeah.
It's gonna be a fresh set of eyes.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Let's do it.
So, is there anything else? Because I'll shut this off. Is there anything else that,
I think that's it. That's all. Yeah.
Greg, do you have any ideas? I know we covered a lot. I really appreciate you going.
Yeah. No, of course. Absolutely.
Sometimes every little thing helps. You know.
I believe that. I honestly believe that.
You know, there's we have to move the wall and see if we can track something down. So,
Right.
all right, it is
7:31 on Chernoff Boulevard.
Sergeant, I have a few questions about that interview. How old were the children at this point in time?
2, 4, and 6.
And the oldest child, what was produced during that interview?
An iPad.
An iPad. And when it's heard the defendant saying 121212, what is going on at that point in time?
The child needed help unlocking the iPad, and the defendant assisted in punching in the code to unlock it.
Now, in addition, at some point in time, someone produced glasses. Who did that?
The middle child.
And directing your attention to what's been marked as Exhibit 6, file number 7214. Ms. Gilman, if we could have that. Sergeant, did you see the glasses there in that photograph?
Yes, there were ladies' glasses there in the black case underneath the mirror on the counter.
Now, after or during the interview, he showed you his phone. What did you look at on his phone?
Text message thread between him and Anna, and the camera roll.
And what did you see as far as travel arrangements?
There were screenshots of the JetBlue app that Anna had sent him for the flight from D.C. to Boston.
So at the end of the interview, there's mention of doing a walkthrough. What did you do next?
We concluded the interview and began the walkthrough.
Okay, and so what is a walkthrough, sir?
We just went throughout the house to see if anything jumped out or seemed important.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 8, 7115? So, sir, what part of the house was this?
This is the front of the house. It's not the front door, but it's like the primary access door to the right.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 9, 7120? Now, where are you in the house at this point in time, sir?
If you go into that door from the last photo, you're in a hallway. If you look left in that hallway, this is the entryway into the kitchen and dining room, that open floor concept.
And Ms. Gilman, if we can have Exhibit 10, 7122. Where is this in the house, sir?
If you go in from that outside door and you look straight from the hallway, that's the first floor bathroom.
And what is inside the first floor bathroom besides the bathroom?
Washer and dryer.
Ms. Gilman, Exhibit 11, please, 7169. And I take it this is the washer and dryer inside that first floor bathroom?
Correct.
Could we have Exhibit 12, file number 7137? Where is this, sir?
If you come in that same door, that hallway, if you look right, there's a sunken-in family room.
And what is at the back end of this sunken-in family room?
There's a staircase that leads up to a single bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 13, 7138? Where is this, sir, in the house?
Those are the stairs leading up to that single bedroom.
Exhibit 14, please, 7140. Now, where is this in the house, sir?
This is that single bedroom on that right side of the house.
What access does this bedroom have to the rest of the house besides going down those stairs to the sunken living room?
None.
Could we have the next exhibit, which is Exhibit 15, 7141? And where is this, sir?
This is the same bedroom.
Could we have Exhibit 16, 7152? What part of the home is this?
This is that sunken-in living room. This is the closet door beneath the staircase leading up to that single bedroom.
Did you have the opportunity to look inside that closet?
I did.
Could we have the next exhibit, Exhibit 17, 7153? Is this how the closet appeared, sir?
Yes.
Now, can we have Exhibit 18, 7165? Where is this, sir?
This is the hallway as you enter through that door. So that door would be to the left, bathrooms to the right, and then the kitchen dining room straight.
Could we have Exhibit 20, file number 7235? Now, what part of the home is this?
That door on the left is the front door. So this is, if you're looking away from the dining room, you'd be looking at the stairs upstairs to the main part of the house, and the living room straight ahead.
What's at the far end of the living room?
A fireplace and a TV.
And if we could have the next exhibit 217236. Where is this, sir?
That's a close-up look of the living room with the TV, the fireplace, and the bureau.
Exhibit 22, please, Ms. Gilman, file number 7237. What part of the home is this now?
Still right in the living room. It's the stairs leading upstairs to the main part of the second floor of the house, a view into the kitchen and the backyard.
Now, are there any other rooms by the kitchen?
To the left edge of this frame is a small office.
Could we have exhibit 23, file number 7246? What is this, sir?
That's the small office.
And could we have exhibit 247288? Where is this in the home, sir?
That is the second floor bathroom.
And can you describe the second floor layout for us?
If you walk up the stairs to the second floor, the front door would be to your back. You enter a hallway. Straight ahead is a second floor bathroom. There's 2 bedrooms to your left, and there's a primary bedroom to the right that also has a bathroom in it.
Could we have exhibit 25, which is file number 7298? What are we looking at now, sir?
If you were in that hallway coming up the stairs, if you look left, that would be the doors to the 2 bedrooms on your left.
Could we have exhibit 26, file number 7301? Which room is this, sir?
This is the front left bedroom on the second floor.
And who is residing in this bedroom?
The defendant.
And, sir, what is in the drawer next to the bed?
Some sheetrock or drywall from the ceiling.
Could we have the next exhibit 28? Well, actually, I'm sorry, 7301. Could we have 27, 7302? And, sir, where is this?
That same bedroom.
And then could we have exhibit 28, 7309? And what orientation is this, sir?
This is looking at the bedroom door from that same bedroom.
Your Honor, we would object for the reasons stated before.
Excuse me?
We object for the reasons stated before.
Thank you. Preserved.
And then I'd like to have exhibit 29, if I may, Ms. Gilman, 7319. What is this, sir?
A hole in the ceiling in that bedroom.
Now, what is above the ceiling in that home?
An attic.
Did you go into the attic that night?
No.
Now, can we have exhibit 30, 7320? What room is this, sir?
This is the second bedroom to the left in that hallway.
And could we have exhibit 31, 7321? What is this, sir?
That same bedroom.
And who was residing in this bedroom?
The middle child.
And who was residing in the bedroom that was by the sunken living room?
The eldest child.
Could we have exhibit 32, 7259? What room is this, sir?
This is the bedroom to the right, the primary bedroom.
And with this primary bedroom, what was it attached to as far as a bathroom?
There was an attached bathroom.
Could we have exhibit 33, 7269? What is this, sir?
That's the attached bathroom.
And could we have exhibit 34, 7335? Bless you. What's this, sir?
If you're standing in the kitchen looking towards the front of the house, this is the basement door.
And what was on this door as far as child safety locks?
Up top was like a child safety device.
Could we have Exhibit 35, 7336? Where is this, sir?
That's the doorway from the last photo looking down into the basement.
Could we have Exhibit 36, 7340? Where is this, sir?
If you go down those steps and you look right, this is the view of the basement.
And could we have Exhibit 37, which is file 7343? And where is this?
If you go down those steps and look left, this is the view of the basement.
And then could we have Exhibit 38, 7557? Where is this?
Those are the basement steps.
Now, what access did the basement have as far as to the outside of the home?
If you come down those stairs and look right, there's a outside door that leads to the left side of the house.
Did you have the opportunity on January 4th to do any examination outside the home?
Yes.
Could we have Exhibit 39, file number 7077? Where's this in relation to the house, sir?
This is the left side of the house, so that basement door would be just off frame to the right.
And there's a fence there, sir. What's the fence around?
That's leading into the backyard and the in-ground pool.
Could we have Exhibit 40, 7080? And what is this?
View looking into the backyard.
What condition was the pool that night when you were there on January 4th?
It was full of water. The water was dark green and cloudy. It was unseasonably warm that night, and so no ice or anything. And there was no pool cover on it.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
There's no pool cover on it.
Could we have Exhibit 41, 7084? Now, where are we in the house, sir?
You're within the fenced-in portion of the backyard, looking at the pool.
And how is the pool different in this photograph than when you were there that night?
It's drained in this photo.
What is, sir, in the left-hand corner, what is that part of the house?
Shed.
Could we have Exhibit 42, 7091? And where is this?
This is in the backyard, a view of the back of the house.
And Exhibit 43, 7092? What about this part, sir?
This is the back left corner, if you're looking at the back of the house.
And, sir, did you have the opportunity to look at that shed as well?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 44, 7097? And did you go inside the shed?
I did.
Could we have Exhibit 45, 7390? And where is this, sir?
That's a view inside the shed.
Got a siren going by, sir. I'm going to let it go. Sir, did you find anything that night when you were there on January 4th?
No.
And did you have the opportunity to look at any vehicles that night while you were there on January 4th?
Yes.
What vehicle did you look at?
Volvo XC90.
Could we have Exhibit 46, file number 7057? What is this, sir?
That's the Volvo XC90.
And, sir, if I can just ask if you can keep your voice up, did you have the opportunity to look inside the Volvo?
I did.
What did you see inside the Volvo that night?
I noticed the trunk portion of the SUV was lined with plastic sheeting that was folded.
And anything else inside the Volvo?
In the trunk, I noticed like a maple seedling, like it looks like a V they spin when they fall from the trees.
Now, how long did it take to do this walk around?
About 30 minutes.
And what did you do after the walk around?
I returned to the Cohasset police station.
And what did you do when you went back to the station?
Furthered the investigation.
How so?
I checked for any international flights, if Anna had taken any, by putting a flag on her passport.
Yes, sir.
I reached out to the Metro DC police to do a walkthrough of the townhouse down in DC.
Yes, sir.
And I called Anna's sister.
Now, after doing those things, did you ever have the opportunity to return back to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes, that evening.
And why did you return back to the home?
I brought the fire department back to the house to investigate the pool.
And so, how did you do that, sir?
The fire department brought high-powered floodlights and a pike pole to scrape the pool to see if there's anything inside.
And what did you see happen when they did that?
They found a pool skimmer at the bottom, and then they used that pool skimmer, because it was wider than the pike pole, to scrape the bottom of the pool.
And was anything recovered?
No.
And about how long was this? Did it take to do this checking of the pool?
15 minutes.
And after you did that, what did you do next?
Returned back to the police station.
But what time do you think you got back to the police station?
10:30 or so.
And so, did you do anything further on January 4th?
Would have reviewed the notes I had thus far.
Okay. And then, what's next in the investigation?
I spoke to Jem the following day.
Okay. So now we're on January 5th.
Yes.
Okay. So walk us through January 5th as far as what you did as the investigation to find Anna Walshe.
I began contacting friends and family, gathering more background information. I created a missing persons bulletin, and I disseminated that to the department internally. I believe it went out on our social media. I sent it to the Mass Fusion Center, the Mass Crime Net, and the South Shore Detectives as a shared distribution list.
And may we have Exhibit 47, the poster? So, sir, this is the poster that you circulated?
Yes.
And I want to ask you about some of the places that you circulated it. You can take it down now, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. You said Fusion? What's that?
The Massachusetts Fusion Center. It's a information sharing system for law enforcement.
And besides them, what other organizations did you share it with?
Mass Crime Net. It's a distribution list for detectives and investigators.
And then was there a third?
South Shore Detectives.
And so I take it that's just the police departments in the South Shore.
Correct.
All right. So you've circulated the flyer. It's January 5th. Now what are you doing?
I began checking for financial records to see if there were any recent transactions. The phone was pinged the night prior, and we were reviewing the phone location data that day.
Okay. And so you're reviewing phone location data. And in addition to that, do you do anything as far as searching the area that day?
A canine track was conducted a area search with a canine was conducted in the house.
Can you tell us?
The rear of the house, excuse me.
The rear of the house. All right. So what's the rear of the house like at 516?
It's wooded. If you go through the woods straight back behind the house, you'll reach another neighborhood.
About how far is it between the two neighborhoods?
Less than a quarter mile.
And how is this area search conducted? You said a canine, but what's that entail?
A canine handler and the dog will do a scent search to see if there's any odors that jump out to the dog, if there's any indication.
Who is the canine handler that worked on this?
Sergeant Reardon.
And what department is he affiliated with?
Cohasset.
And so was anyone else involved in the search at this point in time?
No.
So after the canine search is done, what else do you do on this case on the 5th?
We checked for any Amtrak travel. We had troopers from that are assigned to the Logan Airport check each ticketing agency to see if there's any travel for Anna.
And what did you do as far as checking in with any cab companies or anything like that?
I began calling cab companies from Quincy to Plymouth.
Any other ride shares that you checked on?
We checked with Lyft and Uber to see if there were any pickups in that area of town.
And besides checking with the troopers at Logan Airport and cab companies and ride shares, what else did you do on the 5th?
We requested additional resources.
And who did you request additional resources from?
My supervisor reached out to the Norfolk County, the troopers assigned to the Norfolk County DA's office.
And did you have the opportunity to meet with any of those troopers on January 5th?
Yes,
About what time did you meet with the troopers on January 5th?
about 5 p.m.
Where did you meet with them?
Cohasset Police Station.
And who did you meet with?
Trooper DeChico and Sergeant Buchanan.
And what did you do when you met with the troopers on the 5th?
I brought him up to speed on the investigation thus far, and we listened to the audio recording of that first interview.
After that was done, did you do anything else besides just reviewing the recording with the troopers?
We went to the house,
About what time do you think you got to the house?
8:30.
And who went to the house?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Trooper DeChico, and Sergeant Buchanan.
Who is Sergeant Hunt?
Cohasset Police Sergeant. He's now retired.
And who is Detective Lieutenant Lopes?
My supervisor.
And the other two were the state troopers.
Correct.
And so who was present at 516 CJC when you arrived on January 5th?
The nanny, Robin Howe, was leaving as we arrived. Present was the defendant, his mother, and his 3 children.
And so what did you do that night as far as dealing with the defendant?
I conducted a second interview.
And who participated with the second interview?
Myself, Sergeant Hunt, Trooper DeChico, and the defendant.
And where did this interview take place?
That same dining room table.
Where was Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan?
They were in the living room on the other side of the staircase.
And who was with them?
The defendant's mother.
And what access did you have to the living room?
It's an open floor concept, so the only barrier in between those 2 rooms was the staircase.
Now, Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. That interview on January 5th, was it recorded?
It was.
And have you reviewed that interview?
I have.
And does it fairly and accurately depict the interview you had with the defendant that night and Sergeant Hunt and Trooper Chico?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to enter a drive with the interview from January 5th as the next exhibit, which would be, I believe, 54.
Subject to the earlier objections, any new objections? It'll be marked and admitted as Exhibit 54.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I have it as 50.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we play Exhibit 54?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, could you play the interview from January 5th? Thank you.
The recorder is on. It is 1956, January the 5th, 2023. We were at your home. We're at 516 CJC Highway. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is Trooper
Chico, I'm a assignment at Northwest DA's office. My name is spelled B-I-C-I-C.
and Sergeant Garrett. It's Cohasset.
Brian Walshe.
Beautiful. So I'd just like to circle back to. I'd like to circle back to last weekend. So could you start me with in the morning? So when you woke up, I remember when we talked, I was just going back to my notes and taking everything up. When we talked, I had up until and 11. Could you fill me in starting from when you woke up on the 1st, so Sunday morning?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Baby Brian normally gets out of the 7 or around 7-ish, so when it's about light, and then I get up, and then Sorry.
No.
And then, I got the day going. I'm supposed to change William and Brian in the morning.
Yep.
I didn't. I'm 50-50 out of 100%. So we went down and I made, I made French toast for one of the days off. I made French toast, and so I made French toast. I was expecting to see my mother and later. So the kids and I played with all the gifts and things that we had at the house. And then Robin showed up at 2. And then I had to go out to get for low and orange juice and milk and things like that. So I went to Shaw's, and then I went to then I got off a good bit late to go see my mother, and then we went Whole Foods and CVS, and then I came back. And that was pretty much the whole day.
Okay.
Before that, I listened to your interview. And you said that, I think you said at the beginning that Brian had woken you at about 6 when she was leaving.
She kisses me goodbye normally. Yeah.
So you did wake up and you did.
I knew, yeah. I mean, I didn't get out of bed or anything. She just said bye and I went back to sleep.
Okay, no other conversation.
That's pretty much what I had to go. We've gotten into a routine. I used to get up with her, and then I would be too blown up for the kids. So.
Okay, and then but your son also saw Anna before you left.
Yeah, when I came down, I said, "Sorry, Mom, I had to go early," and he said, "I know it's fine."
So this is like you got about 7:30 years old.
Yeah, I came down at 7. He was on the couch playing with his iPad.
Okay. Sorry, to interrupt.
No, it's
to clear that because it wasn't kind of completely.
No, I understand. Nothing's clear anymore.
Can you tell me what she was wearing? Like when she left, if you remember?
I'm sorry. I really. She never dressed on her underwear. I guess the stuff is down here. Sometimes she keeps it under her arm. Sometimes, because she's getting herself ready in her underwear normally. So but I know she always got a black dress normally or something on. That's her standby, or she has one of her flowery dresses. But I don't know what she was wearing that day. I do know that she wore. She had to have worn her short black coat because I was missing. She wore her hunters, which is odd. Normally she wears fancier shoes to leave.
And what color are the boots again?
They're blue gray or something like that.
And the pocketbooks, stuff like that.
Yeah, she had her Louis Vuitton bag,
Yeah.
and then she had her black bag. I think it was Prada this one, but she has like 5 or 6 Prada bags.
You're confident that she took that with her, like that hasn't turned up at the
No,
house here?
the only thing that turned up was when we were here last night. Her Tiffany sunglasses.
Sunglasses.
Yeah, she did not take that.
And were you able to track down where she left those, or where?
Where she left her
It
sunglasses?
was Thomas that found them, right? No, William.
Brian, I thought. Brian was playing with them. Maybe Thomas found them. I think they were right there because they go in there and start like taking stuff. So.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry if I sidetracked there. Has anything like this ever happened before?
No, it's totally, this is not a normal thing at all. And the reason why I didn't call sooner, one was that when she leaves, if she was coming here and she was 5 minutes late, I would freak out. And the week before, she was late for Christmas because she, as I said, she worked late for December 24th.
Yeah.
So I was like, "Are you coming? You're missing." I emailed her and I called people, and she's like, "Hey, I missed the flight. It was canceled. I'm driving up." So I didn't have the phone, and she wasn't coming, so I held off. And then I should have called work on Tuesday and on Wednesday. I don't know.
Go ahead. Sorry. So going back to Sunday, you didn't have your phone for the duration of Sunday, is that correct?
I didn't have, the phone was, with, I think it was in bed the whole time.
Okay.
Because Thomas found it, Robin, the name you just met, was up there, and then Thomas, I guess, they went in the garbage to record, because I guess they brought his phone on his phone away a while ago in the garbage, so they were out in the garbage, and then they came back, and Thomas went upstairs to play with William, and then brought the phone down. And I think Robin was there, so, and then he got it from my mother, so. And that's when I called, when I got my phone back, and that's when things, I got, normally now, you can call, it's been a while, you've had some rest, I don't know what's going on.
Right.
So I didn't give you the exact what was going on with the emergency. Normally, she updates me. She's had several emergencies with the FBI storm crossing at one point. That was her building. Huge leaks at Mazda or TJ Maxx. Was going to leave, and then there was a disgruntled resident that she was dealing with. So anytime she had one of these big, she debriefs me on it pretty quick.
Okay. So then, when was it that you got your phone back?
I called on at like 2:30 or 3:30 on Monday.
Okay.
So it was a Monday.
You said about 2:30 to 3:30?
So yeah, I think it was 2:33 because at the moment I got it, I called.
2:33.
Yeah.
Perfect. Okay. So then, going back to the morning of the first, so you do French toast. You run some errands, OJ milk.
Yeah, that was later. That was later in the afternoon. And during the morning, it was we had the French toast, and then we played with a bunch of toys from Christmas. They were going to watch a movie and things like that. So.
Okay. So then you went to see your mother?
Yeah, after so I left around 4.
Did you take the boys and go?
No. They stayed with Robin.
They stayed with Robin.
Yeah, they stayed with Robin. But I was considering if Ivana was here, maybe we were all gone, or I was gone, and then some of the things changed, switched up. But we had Robin scheduled for.
Okay. So what vehicle did you drive up?
Did I drive up?
Yeah.
No, I drove.
Oh, okay. Where's that now, if you don't mind me asking?
It's so a bunch of people have come to visit and support, so I couldn't get in, so I parked right out there. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
And then, so the pickup truck, who's that then?
That belongs to Robin.
Okay. And then so
That belongs to my mother.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and then we have other cars in here, and then the press. So.
Okay, very good. So how long were you visiting with your mom?
A few hours.
And what is she? It's the Swampscott.
Yeah. Yeah.
Excuse me, address.
330 Paradise Road. What was that? Well, I'm doing something.
Okay.
So, it sounds like Anna had a really stressful job.
That's a trend. Some people are calling.
Yeah, I bet. It sounds like Anna had a really stressful job.
So, just to be clear, her experience was that she was over her head. As I said, it was huge. It was the job of her dreams, and she got like 2 or 3 times the money that she had been making before.
Yeah.
And she was worried to a certain extent that she was over her head, and she kept talking about that. And then being away from the family was very difficult too.
Yeah, that's a lot. And what did she do prior to this job?
She worked for Jan, who was here on New Year's Eve.
But what did she do?
Yeah, she was his. He runs a real estate company,
Yeah.
and she was the operations officer.
So it's just a similar job, just larger scale, more money.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way larger scale,
Yeah.
multi-billion-dollar company, and it was a lot. It was overwhelming. It was unbelievably overwhelming.
I know that in the previous conversation we had with Detective Spence last night, you mentioned that the distance, the issues that you were having on your end,
Yeah.
this job, you caused some depression between you guys.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean,
Never, no. She never ever said that. She talked to Jem for an hour and a half. I know you spoke to her about how the years were being and how she was really unhappy about the trial and things taking, or the court case taking longer and us not being able to be together. And she kept saying I could come back, and then she's like, well, I can only have 100,000, a smaller job. And I was like, no, we've made these huge sacrifices for you to be there at the townhouse. We'll stick it out. She was going to see a psychiatrist. It was the first time she brought that up. But I spoke to Jim about it today. He's spoken to me 8 times today, and he basically said, hey, it's fine. It doesn't mean there was any problem. She had a problem, and she should do it in a healthy way. So that was his experience.
Okay, so no past thought of it, no past attempts of it?
No
Nothing
past
like that?
No.
And is the marriage okay? Have you guys talked about separating or?
No, not at all. I mean, we've been separate, so it's been sad for us. We love spending time together, and think about when the kids grow up, what time we have together. So, during the pandemic, with all the family time, it was best for us. It just wasn't like that. We really enjoyed each other's company. So, a friend, my mother was like, what do you think about Anna? And we're good with the friends. It looks like they really enjoy each other's company. I keep bringing that up to her all the time, but that wasn't. That wasn't the problem. Also, I mean, it's just the idea of separation for her comes from like a family that her mother and father were for 47 years, and for me, coming from a divorced family, not enjoying what that was like, it just really wasn't. I mean, I don't think so. At least for me, that was my experience, and maybe she wasn't telling us something. It was always that possible, but for me, I just couldn't imagine it.
You mentioned that in the past, years ago, you would live together in D.C., right?
We lived together, yeah, for a year.
And then there was some problems, like you said, I think 2013, and you came here.
Yeah, I came back to Boston. I was like, DC's not working, and then she, a few months later, she basically said, okay, she came to Boston.
So that was just didn't like D.C.?
Yeah, I mean, it was. I guess no. That's not a fair statement. It wasn't that I didn't like DC. It's just it was. Maybe I wasn't ready for such a serious relationship at the time, and I was uncomfortable in a new town. So obviously there was more layers to it, and I wasn't used to what a relationship meant, and I was just a solo operator, and now I wasn't, and that was difficult for me. I struggled with that, so I think that was it. And then Anna realized that she wanted to be with me, and then being in Boston was fine. So, and then things worked out.
Ms. Gilman, could you pause, please? And for the record, Your Honor, this has been paused at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
All right, great. We're going to take our lunch break, and we'll be back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much.
All right, please. Close your notebooks. Leave on the chair.
You may step in, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, anybody need anything before the lunch break?
No, Your Honor.
All rise. be seated. Close the session.
Your Honor, for the record, Mr. Walsh is back in the courtroom.
Thank you. Yes, thank you.
Your Honor, before the jurors come in, could I ask? We have created a blank calendar for the jurors and for everyone. I believe it was a motion to eliminate and it was unopposed. Could I mark one for ID and then pass them out, have the court officers pass them out to the jurors?
I'm fine with that. Any objection to that?
No, you don't.
All right.
And I'm giving one to the clerk. Well, actually, I thought I should go to the reporter first. Skip it.
It's marked H.
Thank you. H for ID.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering. Remain standing, please. Court is back in session. You may be seated.
You have the witness back on the stand?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would recall Harrison Schmidt.
Want those handed out now, Your Honor, or you want to wait?
Oh, we'll wait till he gets back on the stand.
Your Honor, may we continue with Exhibit 54? I believe we left off at 14 minutes and 33 seconds on the media player.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Gilman?
And I was happy to live anywhere with her at that point. But that was, I mean, we grew up with
And I don't ask this to upset anybody, is there any extramarital with you or?
No, not at all. Certainly not with me. And not that I have any information on it. Like everyone who called recently, they're like how to work all this. The same story that I had is the same story Alyssa and Adela and Will Faster gave me, is that she works all the time and she flies home to see you guys, and she comes back and she's constantly working. And, she said that she would eat in bed and pass out a lot. So that was everyone else's experience. So yeah, I would be surprised of that. When we were younger, when we were first dating, we were seeing other people. But that was 12 years ago, more.
So in your experience, you had no suspicions that she was seeing someone else and doing anything like that? No indication to you that was going on?
No, not at all. I mean, obviously, we were we were apart, but we spoke a lot. That's why, like, you know, people were like, well, don't worry if you haven't spoken to her. But we spoke all the time. We spoke in the morning and in the evening. So. And everyone, you know, she had rings, talk about her husband and kids. I mean, it seems weird to have an affair.
She had close friends here. I know she spent a lot of time in D.C. and when she came here, she was talking with you, family most of the time.
Yeah.
Did she have someone that she would spend time with here, like a girlfriend? Or...
Yes. So there's Rima, a very good friend of hers. Ferreira. She is the head of HR for the Park Plaza Hotel.
How do you spell Rima?
I know how to spell the first name, not the last name. R-A-Y-M-A. Rayma. So it's Rima. And then Ferrer, which I'm not as familiar with. F-E-R-R-E, Ferrer.
All right.
And you said head of Park Plaza?
Yes.
Anyone else?
Yeah, so Rima was so when she was here, she spent most of her time with us. Trying to think who else were people that she would lead. Rima was the biggest. Jam, obviously. So I'm trying to think.
Sorry, I'm getting distracted. Yeah.
I'm not distracted. But Rima, Jam. Who else did she hang out with? Well, Peter Curry, who was here.
Peter came by?
Yeah, Peter came. He didn't. I was like, I'm fine. He showed up anyways. It was like he needs support. So that's Alice's brother. He lives in Marshfield, so we're pretty close with them.
So you know Peter and...
Peter and Anna went to, they had a leadership training together.
Okay.
And
was Jim part of that as well?
Jim was part of my leadership training.
Oh, okay.
So that's how a lot of us know each other through this.
Okay. So Peter Kirby and leadership training.
Yeah, and she was what we call, her group was B2 and my group was B3. We raised over $200,000 from the pandemic for local schools.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
That's part of the leadership training is the community service projects.
Okay.
Something Jim and I continue to do about. So.
Nice.
What do you think? What do you think?
First it's been like I feel like it's a bad dream. I'm having to wake up, and it's gonna be all over. I'm having a hard time like sleeping or thinking, and then the fact that my mother has an investigative team in D.C. who's now they don't believe she went back to D.C. and Jan and Della are like, well, where else did she go to? I mean, I have no idea. I mean, like if you said she went to New York or Mars, anyone could be possible because I have no idea where else she would go. And I talked to Candace today, who's a friend of ours, and I said she's not someone that would ever go haywire like that. That she would just like go and not say anything to anyone or take a large sum of money from one of the accounts and just leave. She wouldn't leave us or her kids. I mean, it's not possible.
What do you guys do for banking? I know she's got the JetBlue card.
Yeah, so I everything's in her name the way I set it up. Like my grandfather's taught me, make sure your wife is always taken care of. And with my legal problems, it's been useful. And also, she always pays things on time, and I do not. So
with like bank institution stuff like that.
Yeah, so she's got Liberty Bank. She's got one in Marblehead, Grand Bank, and she's Apple Credit Union in Virginia, which she's had for probably 10 years, 15 years.
Apple Credit Union.
Yeah. So all the money goes there. Then we've got the Chase cards. We have the Fidelity, which something happened with the Fidelity card. when she was in Belgrade, so that hasn't been used really.
Is that like canceled?
It was. I think we might have knew it, but we haven't used that one.
Okay.
And then the JetBlue, which is the only one that I don't view. I don't view the bank accounts. I don't deal with those. But I used to view all the investment accounts and all of the view of.
Obviously, we want to contact these banking institutions.
Yeah.
If any activity is going on.
Sure. I would. Yeah. I would.
Have you been monitoring this?
I'm monitoring the Chase. The Fidelity, nothing's been going on, but the Chase, I used the Freedom Card, and the last time she used the Freedom Card in Belgrade, it doesn't have foreign transaction fees, so I was like, so I called her to don't use the card there. So then she switched to the other Chase, and then she got the JetBlue because she's like, hey, I want these 80,000 points. So that was the last sort of credit card conversation we had 6 weeks ago or something. 4 weeks ago.
Okay. When's the last time you checked the activity on these card accounts?
I had to check today because the Freedom we use for a company I work with, Threshold, which is a sports card or memorabilia company. So they buy from their whatever the vendor, we put it on the credit card, and then they pay us back. So that's one of the. So I'm always checking that card.
Okay. Any suspicious activity on that?
No.
Any transactions you don't recognize?
There's nothing I don't recognize. No.
Okay. As far as travel, has Anna done any like domestic travel in the United States in the past year or two? Like anywhere?
It's been DCA to Boston, and then I forget if she went to Chicago or New York. She went to Chicago to meet some of the head brass at Titian Spire. Then she went to Belgrade, and that was it. No, she was complaining about travel since my problem, so we were looking to do something at some point.
So Chicago for what?
Yeah.
What was the destination that she really wanted to go to?
Oh, Japan. She kept saying, "Why don't we take her to Japan?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." It was
on my list.
I had done a lot of business there years ago. I said it's good. She loves the Japanese food, so.
Going back to her phone, you guys have a family plan, or you had a family plan?
Okay, so we have a family plan. When she got the job at Titian Spire, she's like trying to decide what to do. She said, well, she wanted to take her phone over, so she ported it over, and then she left the family plan that we had.
So you have no access to like her
no
records, right?
No, but Titian Spire was, right? So,
yeah, well, that's.
I thought you had the phone number.
We've been talking with them, but they're a big company, so getting information from the bigger
Oh,
companies.
really?
So, yeah.
Oh, I thought they were just handed right over.
They always have corporate attorneys.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
yeah. If she was on the family, if she was on the family plan, I could just hand it right over to you guys right now. Yeah, all the phones, my mother, my uncle, her brother, me, and on it. So.
Okay.
Anna was married in the past?
She was, yes.
What's the relationship like with her?
They don't talk anymore.
How long ago was that marriage?
I guess she got. She must have gotten divorced in 2012, and it was only like the last 3 years or so.
So they don't have, to your knowledge, or?
I keep asking because like Martha, like he won't talk to me. They were talking a little bit, but once we started having kids, that was it.
What do you mean? I'm sorry, you said you keep asking what?
I said, if you want to talk to Mark, it's been a long time. We had a good relationship. I mean, it wasn't a bad person. Just didn't bring everything out. So, but she said that every time she's reached out to him, he hasn't gotten back in touch with her. But he lives in DC. That's where they met.
What's his name?
Mark Knipp.
Mark Knipp?
Yeah, it's spelled Knipp, Knipp. One of the Chase cards is under that Mary's name.
Okay.
We don't use that one. That's the first one she got with him. But that changed the name from, so it's on the Knipp on the card.
But it's still an active credit
It's an active card, but we haven't used it, and there was $229 credit on it. It hasn't been, no one's used it for the last 6 or 7 months, so.
She known that you carry a large amount of cash with her?
So we've discussed this occasionally, but I mean, there's been times when she only had $50 with her. Like, she had $10,000 when she came back from Belgrade. She brought it for a lawyer who's Serbian, who lives in, we went there, lives in, I'm sorry, it's by the water, near Boston, Winthrop. They live in Winthrop, so we took it over. So that would be a lot of money for her, but she has had, $2,000 to $5,000 at times. But
For her personal use? Or?
no, she just carried if we had cash from Fresh Bowls, or if there was some money I could give to her, but then she would forget. So that there were times when she'd be carrying a lot of cash. But I don't know if she had a lot of cash on her this time, though. I don't go through the moment, so. But there are times where I said to me money, she's only at $50. But she always dresses like she had a lot.
There was no financial trouble, nothing like that.
No, actually, we're doing better than ever right now. We're facing restitution charges, but with the new job and where the real estate has worked out, we're really in good shape.
Did you guys have any arguments or anything on New Year's Eve?
No.
New Year's Day before she left?
No, I wasn't enough time on New Year's Day to have an argument, but New Year's Eve, everything was fine. We were excited. What she wrote. Peter saw what she wrote for it was very positive, and Jen was here, and there was it was kind of like 2022 was a hard year, but 2023 is going to be the best ever. And she was and it's just not. Yeah, no, it wasn't really that they are at all.
You guys have you had major arguments in the past, anything like that?
So the biggest, and yes, I mean, I'd be out of integrity to we haven't arguments, but we're very aligned with almost everything that we do. We really have a lot of the same tastes, and ultimately we defer to each other with what the other person's good at. But the biggest argument we had in 2022 was when she had to go to Belgrade for 2 weeks, and that was 2 weeks of vacation. I was like, I don't know if you could use you here, boys, for 2 weeks. So I have to go to Belgrade. So that was our biggest argument, and I couldn't get in touch with her. My mother reminded me. I couldn't get in touch with her for the first few days in Belgrade because the phone didn't have international. So I was upset about that. So that was the only other time this year that I didn't have contact with her daily.
So you normally have daily contact with her?
Yeah, more than once.
What's the longest you found no contact?
The 3 days in Belgrade, and there was the last week of December. There's some points in December where there was like 24-hour gaps, which was really not normal. And then when she was supposed to be here and she wasn't, and I was like, I'm gonna file a support person before you're missing. Where are you? But like 24 hours, 36 hours would be a lot of time. But I was making a big deal out of it over the last couple of months, and everyone told me to relax about it, and then I did. So I feel pretty good right now.
When you guys did communicate, what was the conversation like?
What?
Just any time, like during the last couple months when she's been traveling.
Oh yeah.
To work.
I mean, it's been like she always says, "Hey, hello," and this is what I'm doing today. I said, "Oh, the boys are up." Sometimes I would send photos of the kids. She would send me photos of what she's doing. We'd have a recap. Anyway, at night I know I'm tired. The kids are driving me crazy. She's like, "Oh, there's no food because I do all the cooking normally." So I said, "I'm going to go to Cabo to get something to eat." And it's just a recap of it. Normal as if we were together. Yeah, as if we were together without being in person. But there were some nights that I remember December 23rd, 4th, 2nd, 1st. We didn't have those calls because I think I'd been sick and she was tired, so we went to bed. And kids sometimes I go to bed like, "Had you guys not come, I was going to go to bed. I didn't sleep well last night, so I was going to try to get some sleep tonight." So it's not uncommon for us to go to bed very early.
Is there any mental health issues at all with any indicators to you that something is amiss there, or any diagnosis?
No, and not for me. My mother might have a different opinion, certainly, but yeah, she's like that. Well, I guess not. Yeah, probably pushy. That's the word, like pushy. Yeah, not a mental problem. Yeah. Sorry. No. I mean, probably. I really couldn't think of anything. I mean, she'd never, thought about psychiatry or even discussed it until recently.
Has she ever been violent or anything like that?
No.
Have you guys ever had a physical confrontation?
No. None of that stuff.
It's for us coming in here. It's tough because we want to find out as quickly as possible. We don't know her, and there's many common reasons why people go missing. We're trying to get the answers to those questions.
Well, please
as
feel
best we can.
please feel free to ask any questions that you have. Don't worry about moving with that. I understand that you're here to find out and you're working for her.
Well, all right. I mean, one of the reasons someone goes missing is because they were abused or injured or assaulted. Did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, sir. I wouldn't hurt my wife. I mean, I love my wife. All we want is to have her back. This family doesn't work without her. I mean, we can't function without her.
You guys never had a physical fight, nothing like that before?
No, not at all.
I mean, so there's no mental health, there's no financial problems, there's no extramarital affairs, there's no physical abuse. The only stress I'm hearing right now is the work.
Being separated.
Separation,
Yeah.
depression from the combination of those two.
Yeah. Also, her mother being ill, she had a major neurological event last year, and that's why she had to go to Belgrade. So we got pressure from that. My mother has had some health problems. So, and then the kids, it all adds up. I mean, I want you to know. Up until, looking at it now, it's nothing compared to this. But it seemed like a lot a week ago. Being apart, the mother's not doing well, the legal problems, the kids growing and you're worried about them. All of those things seemed like a lot. Now
to you or to her?
I think we discussed them both. Like I was like overwhelmed by the 3 children, and she was missing. So it was a really bad situation. We discussed splitting them up. Like Tom would go with her, and then you want to split the kids up. So why did they all the kids? And I was like, how is that going to be for your job? I mean, we did not have a good solution. I mean, it up until it felt untenable until right now. Go back to that moment. It's going to be very easy for me to deal with that because I still have my partner would be here right now to work it out.
Where would you go to look for it? If you could go anywhere right now, where do you go to look for it? You have a favorite place? You have,
we Miguel and everyone, we were exhausted. We would go to the hotels and the hospitals. And a favorite restaurant in DC, which is near the house. There were investigators waiting there all day, people or something like that, to say, well, maybe we should go there. But I don't know. Anna was not someone who would just want to go out and she was adventurous, but not that adventurous. When she had a layover in Frankfurt, I think, and I told her to, her flight was delayed, so I said, go into town. I don't know. She's not someone who would want to do it by herself. That would be, she would always want to do it with me or at least someone else. I like to think it would only be with me, but obviously, it wouldn't be something, she would just go off on her own, like my father was traveling by himself and seeing who he'd eat and things like that. So that was not my experience in Lana.
and this tough week last week, you don't think it rises to the level of wanting to hurt herself or anything like that?
I just can't, I mean, I personally can't imagine that. But she did, I mean, I remember, I talked to Alyssa about it today, where she's a friend of Carrie Westbrook, and I guess she was going to go see her. They've been good, they came up at the end of Washington together. I don't know what happened, she was trying to get there, but SIM card broke, and she was exhausted, not feeling well. I saw her, she was on FaceTime with Viber because her SIM card was broken. And I was like, I guess maybe I was complaining about some stuff, and she's like, hey, it was break, I'm not doing very well. It's the first time she's ever said that. I say that all the time, I'm not doing well, but it was the first time she ever said that to me. So that was new, and Jem said that she seemed different, but I mean, the extent that you're talking about, to this extent, is, this is just unbelievable.
Was that before or after Christmas?
It was before Christmas. No, SIM card went down after Christmas because she got in touch with me very quickly, so it wouldn't leak out.
Well, I know you said you're willing to, do whatever you can to help the investigation. We thank you for that. And, part of that I think is trying to understand Anna. And I think if you would allow us to look through your phone and consent to us downloading your phone and seeing some of the communications between you and her and like her tone and you said in the interview that she said that she may have used your phone occasionally to receive stuff.
Yeah.
I think it'll help us really create a permanent timeline of the events of the 1st and the 31st and the 1st, and maybe get a better insight into Anna. Is that something you'd be okay with?
Just to be clear, you want to download everything on my phone?
We will download, the extraction will download all the contents to your phone, yes.
Oh, that's a lot.
What we're focusing on though is, what we're interested in, yes, it downloads everything, but we're interested in locating Anna and finding the information specifically in there that would help us do that. The Anna specific content.
That's a huge amount of personal information, gentlemen.
It's a big answer, but there's a lot on the line.
No, there is a lot.
You know what I mean?
What's your concern?
I don't know.
Are there other legal issues?
That's one of them. I guess my request would be, I'm willing to do anything, but my only request would be because Tracy might have called me today about what's going on, and
Who's that?
Tracy might was representing me in all of these issues.
Okay.
So she said, before you do anything like this, you have to talk to me. I want to do everything I can to support this 100%, but I gotta call her about it.
She said before you do anything, like turn over the phone or anything?
No, before you do anything else. I mean, she always wants to be here to talk to her. Unfortunately, I said, well, I'm going to talk to them and give them money when they want. I have to ask her quickly about that. I'm sure it would be fine, or she might say, hey, can we just do the information that you're asking for?
Right.
Well, that's all we would be interested in. We'd be interested in your communication with Anna and dates of, the 31st and the 1st for present. We're not interested in your other tasks.
No, I understand.
And, that being said, I believe, that you're represented by counsel in that matter. I don't, I'm not legal, despite being a police officer, I'm not a legal expert, but talk to your attorney, but I believe that require a search warrant for that stuff to be used against you, and that's not what we're looking to even.
How long would it take for you to download it?
It would take, once we hook it up to the machine, which is in Canton, it would take, depending on how many gigabytes a day it was a lot.
Yeah, like 128 or something.
It's a small one.
Then, I don't know, it could be 30 minutes, 30 to an hour.
Okay, so now it's
About an hour to download. Yeah. I think it would be useful to our investigation.
Okay. All right, well, I want you to know that I'm absolutely, that is my intention.
Sure.
And my only request is to talk to Tracy and let her know that that's what I want to do. At least let her give me what my risk exposure would be in life.
Right. Just so you're aware, in case of mind, we don't have a crime, we're not investigating a crime. This is a missing person.
No, I understand.
We're here at a community caretaking function.
No,
Just so we're abundantly clear.
I'm fully aware of that, and no, I appreciate it, and I want you to know I'm not going to. I'll be very quick with it. And if Tracy and I were talking in the morning, then what would be the process? I would just give you the phone, or I would come to Canton, or I mean to be away from. I do a lot of work on the phone as well. It's the.
Well, we can come get it, and we can actually potentially do it here.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
We have a portable device.
Okay.
Just bring it here and do a download. Guy who works in my office that does it efficiently. I can send him over.
Okay, great. So, will you guys, gentlemen, honor my request to give me a moment to talk to Tracy about it?
No one's taking your phone from you.
No. I don't know, but I don't. I'm only interested in finding out, and I don't care what it takes. But I just have to make sure that that I listen to all the advice I have come my way, which is a lot. Actually, I do apologize, but I most likely will be able to do that, and I'll be able to do it tomorrow. And that is my intention and my declaration.
Is there any, what possessions do we know that had on her person? What's in her wallet? Like, we know she had a wallet, she didn't bring her sunglasses.
She has a ring and her wedding band, which is diamonds.
Okay.
So she's got the engagement ring, the wedding band, and then she has. I think she bought some she had a ring and a necklace that matched that she bought in Serbia. Then she had her luggage with a pound of Prada, and then she had a Prada bag or usually a Prada bag, and then what else did she have? She was in a Rolex or Hermes watch, and
Rolex or what?
Hermes, Hermes, Hermes watch. She would have she had some small diamond earrings.
She was just wearing all this when she left.
I think she had the. I forget if she had the Rolex or the Hermes. But it was the Hermes watch she had.
That she arrived with. So
Yeah.
It's not here now.
Yeah, so she because everything's at Washington D.C.
All her. What's in
All
Washington?
of our stuff is in Washington D.C. There's like 2% of the stuff.
But this stuff here came with her.
Yeah, all this came with her.
It's just a short black jacket, is that right?
Yeah.
But you don't know what kind of pants or she was wearing?
I'm not sure. And the 100 boots is weird. Normally she wears like leather boots, like Prada boots or something she wears. So, that was I heard about I guess the leather wasn't good on New Year's Day.
Does she leave any belongings here, like toiletries, any?
Yeah, she's got a couple things in the up in the bathroom that's mixed with all of our stuff, and then she has her pajamas and there's underwear and different clothing. She's got a drawer over in. Remember when I took you upstairs and there was Brian's room?
Yep.
Yeah, one of the drawers there. She's got all of her clothing.
Okay.
But so she has enough clothing to last for a day or two, and then she has and then she brings some stuff. So.
Okay.
Have you had conversations with Thomas about what exactly you saw that morning?
He did. It's all, it was 6-year-old guys.
What do you got, buddy?
Did you just make some art? Oh, that's so nice.
What do we have?
Do you want to explain it?
Okay. Is it okay with you after he shows us this? I asked Thomas some questions.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, well, now it's
I like this.
I could do.
It's nice.
Oh, they got their hands on it now. But, you know, the gist was that, and Thomas, when there's action, he loves it. So his mother came down and then said, I gotta go. And then one of the things, I love you see you soon. And then she left. And first he said she went to a taxi. And then I said, was the car up here? And he said, no, it was all the way down there. So I said, you didn't see the car? He said, no. And I was like, okay. And then I was like, so, yeah.
That's pretty much what I want to ask him exactly.
Yeah. So it's, yeah.
Just see if we get the same answer.
Yeah, of course. So,
If you saw a vehicle that she got into, that obviously super helpful. You know, it doesn't sound like he did, but we'll ask him again.
yeah, and he kept saying it was a taxi, and I was like,
But
I just
I know you mentioned. Well, I can't remember. Does she normally take Uber or Lyft?
normally it's Uber, but she has Lyft as well. I know that.
Have you guys ever called like the local taxi company?
I have. I called John's Taxi or something several times. I forget what it was, but I would pull it up and I would call. But I would call in the mornings. I didn't book it on time. It's very hard to get it at like 5 in the morning.
Right.
How did you normally get to the airport?
Yeah, Uber. Yeah. Did you guys get in touch with Uber?
That is one of the people that are getting back to us.
Because we've called as well, and they were like not. Because I said it's they said I'm sorry, I can't do that.
Right.
But that's like Jen Deller, like, well, we just have to find out where the Uber took her. And I was like, that would be helpful, yeah.
And that was under her name, like
Absolutely, yeah.
not a business account or anything like
No,
that.
all of the apps and stuff were under her, yeah. her
It
name.
would be under like her.
Oh, Tissue Spire? Or
Yep.
oh no, I don't think so.
Something like that.
No, the last thing Nick was that credit card.
It's a pain to change names over in all your accounts, so sometimes you just leave it alone, you know?
Yeah, well, when we met, she had Lucas and Nick, and then when we got married, she had Lucas, Nick, and Walsh. But I don't think there's anything left. Maybe the chips, but maybe in Belgrade there is. But actually, she does have a Serbian passport.
Okay.
She's Serbian.
She does, yeah.
Is she in the US also?
Yes, yes.
Where does she keep the Serbian passport? Or does she carry it around with her?
Yeah, she does. Normally she has a U.S. passport with her. She carries like the Serbian passport. She wouldn't carry it because it's not useful. They won't here in the United States.
Right.
I'm just gonna sneak in there. If they're asking Tom
Yeah, go
questions,
ahead.
I don't wanna ask them the same
Okay,
questions,
yeah.
so I just wanna see if they're asking them.
Go ahead.
What's he working on? How's Brian here?
We have to ask
Can
him.
you decipher for me?
No.
I don't have kids, so I can't translate the drawings.
Well, he's doing some math for us,
Yeah.
and he's got the happy face and the heart. But then he's got his spooky movie stuff over there.
Okay.
And then the colorful heart is new to me. Actually, no, it's not true. He enjoys he was doing a colorful rainbow before, but now he's doing a colorful heart. So the kids have no idea what's going on over there. Having a grand old time with all of this. They're so used to it over the last 6 to 9 months now. Mommy comes and goes.
Yes.
She's like, hey, I'll talk to you later. Like, okay, see you soon. Bring chocolate.
What's your schedule like tomorrow?
Pretty good. What would you require or request?
Well, we would like to talk to the kids, but we have a trained professional who just interviews kids. It's not a police officer. It's just like a civilian that works with the VA's office, and it's not at a police station. And it's actually at a very nice house in Foxborough near Gillette Stadium.
It's not too far from here, right?
Well, it's probably 45 minutes.
Okay, got it.
So it's actually right behind Gillette Stadium on North Street.
Peyton Road.
Yes, that's it. Road. But it's right behind Gillette, generally. And it's a good setup. It's actually like just a couple of couches and chairs and toys.
When you want to talk to Brian Emily?
Just bring the kids. Well, obviously the 2-year-old is the 3-year-old, right? Yeah, she's not speaking, I'm guessing, much.
Some words, but William doesn't speak that. I mean, he speaks a little bit. I mean, he's like, I forgot about the phone. So
I think you can bring all the kids and toys for them to play with. And we'll see if we're just going to have the person ask him questions about mom. And last time, recent conversations they can remember with her, and that's pretty much it.
that's fine.
And it's really kind of like a nice, casual, comfortable setting for children. It's specifically designed for that. We actually use it for like children who are victims and stuff like that. It's really easy going, and you'll see, and you sit down before anyone talks to anyone, you can see for yourself in the situations. If you can get, I think we can get the kids in tomorrow.
What time?
I don't know what time yet, but we can call you in the morning.
Yeah, I gotta just, we're normally I take him to school, so, I would certainly be willing to organize that, and I'll talk to Tracy about the phone, and maybe give you all the way tomorrow.
That's actually, that would be a good idea. That would be convenient. We could just.
Well, I mean, we don't have extra time, I'm an urgency, so.
Yeah, yeah, I mean, what time are you up, about 7 in the morning, you said?
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's what time my house gets up to.
Yeah, no, right, how old are your children?
1.5 and 4.
Okay, yeah, so, yeah, the 4-year-old is starting to give you positive feedback, right?
Oh yeah, he's fresh. Let me see if I can get time here.
Yeah, it's usually a really nice woman does the questions, it's just a conversation.
It's fun. If anything that you feel is going to help, I'm willing to do. That's what you need to know. I mean,
We're trying every avenue here.
I appreciate that. Yeah.
Usually, we just need one little bit and then we can run through.
All right. Great.
So typically, something will jump out.
Okay. I love that. Tom's gonna have the time of his life.
You won't have a problem talking.
Yeah.
I can tell.
I guess there's no one scheduled to be in there tomorrow as far as like children being interviewed, so it's probably wide open.
Okay.
Just gotta see what time the counselor is available to be there. I'm guessing probably pretty flexible, but like you said, rather get it done. Time is of the essence. We
Well,
want
I mean,
everybody things done as possible.
waiting till Monday makes no sense at this point. We have no time.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah.
So we can talk in the morning and confirm. I'll try to get you like a tentative time. Well, we can just plan on it. Like, I think we can tentatively would like 10 o'clock work.
So I have to leave here at 9 or something, right?
You'd have plenty of time if you looked at that.
Okay.
Plenty of time.
Oh, hi, William. Oh, yeah. What's it about?
Hey, buddy.
Say hello? Yeah. Your iPad? Yeah, I'm going to help you find it, okay? Okay. That may be a terrible mistake of giving them iPads at a young age, and now that's ruined everyone's life. Remember when they didn't have electronics in bed when we were younger?
Well, my boss in Canada is going to give me a time shortly, so before we leave, before they wrap up in there, hopefully we can set something up.
Any other?
Trying to think anything else you want to add before we terminate that recording?
I'm trying to think. Is there any part of the house that we didn't consider looking at, or did she leave anything behind? Like any?
No, but if you guys want to take another look, I mean, certainly open to that. If that's supportive, I know you got to look everywhere.
Right.
Your job, I'm not It's neutral, so don't worry.
We got a new set of eyes, so I'd like to just check the
Okay,
box
yeah,
anytime.
I love that, yeah.
Is there an attic?
Yes, there is.
Okay, so we didn't hit the attic
No,
last night,
right.
so we definitely want to do that.
Yeah, okay, it's not one that you can, like, walk around and,
Right.
we tried that and I broke the ceiling, I fixed it, yes.
10 o'clock, anytime Kristen is the name of the council that'll be there tomorrow, and I guess any time works. So 10 o'clock sounds okay to you, 10:30 or?
How long is the session going to be? Because that's an important distinction.
Yeah, it is. I mean, they can go a long time, but
Like an hour?
those are, the long ones are when we're actually have like a specific incident or a crime to actually dive into. In this instance, it's going to be like more of just like a conversation, and, you know, how the mom, you know, their sense of how mom is and stuff like that, I guess, you know. So I think it's going to be, I guess my answer is I don't think it's going to be terribly long.
Well, do you think it'll be more or less than an hour?
For both of them, I would say an hour.
Okay, so it's an hour, 1 hour, 45 minutes, well, it's too late.
Did you have to get back or something?
I'm just trying to figure out, the timing. I think 10 would probably work out just fine, so.
Okay, so let's plan on 10 o'clock. I'll get you the address before we leave. And we'll plan on that. We'll confirm, we'll talk in the morning.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah.
All right, so you don't mind if we just take?
No,
I haven't been here before.
Yeah. Sure, no problem.
Yeah, do you want me to, I'll knock this up.
Yeah.
All right, it is 20:53, Thursday, January 5, 2023, starting off the report.
Sergeant, I'd like to ask some questions about January 5. After that, well, actually, there's people talking in the other room. Who are they?
The people talking at that table?
No, there's conversations going on behind you, it sounds like. What's going on there?
Detective Lieutenant Lopes and Sergeant Buchanan are interviewing the defendant's mother, Diana Walsh.
And after the interview, did you have the opportunity to walk around the residence again?
Yes.
What did you see in the attic?
I went in the attic. The attic's unfinished. There's insulation and exposed floor joists.
But nothing else in there?
Correct.
Did you go back down to the basement?
Yes.
What did you see in the basement?
If you go down the steps, to the right is utilities. If you go left, there's like a refrigerator. There's some storage boxes, some trash bags, some cleaning equipment.
Did you do anything with the trash bags?
I kind of manipulated the bag from the outside.
And what did you notice?
I felt like there was a carpet sample or a piece of a rug inside of one.
Did you open the bags?
I did not.
Did you have the opportunity to go outside again?
Yes.
What did you do outside?
We checked the shed, the backyard, walked around the property again.
And did you do anything with the pool?
We shined our flashlights into the pool again, but it was looked at with the floodlights the night prior.
Now, what about vehicles that night? Did you look at any vehicles?
We looked at the Volvo again.
And what did you do to look at the Volvo?
We went through it more thoroughly.
And did anyone give you permission?
Yes.
Who?
The defendant.
And what did you find in the Volvo?
In the Volvo was a receipt and a cell phone.
And did you ask the defendant about the cell phone?
Yes.
And what did he say about the cell phone?
It was the eldest son's cell phone.
And the receipt, where was the receipt from?
Lowe's.
Was there a date on it?
January 4th.
And do you know which Lowe's?
Weymouth Lowe's.
Now, on January 5th, besides this interview that's recorded, did you have any other conversations with Mr. Walsh?
Yes, we spoke on the phone a few times earlier that day.
Well, let me ask you, when was the first time you spoke to him that day?
Just before 9 a.m. on that Thursday.
And do you remember the substance of that conversation?
Just let him know that we were working on the investigation and we would be in touch.
And when was the next time you spoke to him?
About 3:45 p.m.
And what did you talk about in that conversation?
I had called him and left a message. He had called right back, and he asked about media and a PR person. And I had asked about if Anna carried large sums of cash on her. And he said sometimes yes, sometimes no.
What did he ask about a PR person?
He asked if he should get a PR person or talk to the media.
What did you say?
I said that he's free to talk to the media, although I don't recommend it.
Now, how long were you at the Walsh residence that night with the state police?
About 8 p.m. to 10:30 p.m.
And what did you do after you left the Walsh residence?
We all went back to the Cohasset police station.
What did you do at the Cohasset police station?
We began digging into the financial institutions, but given the hour, they were closed and it was tough to get a hold of any record keepers.
So I take it now we're getting into January 6th.
Yes.
What did you do on January 6th as far as this investigation?
A large-scale search ensued. We brought in command posts and we established a staging area.
Who brought in command posts?
The Metro-Elect command post was present and the Mass State Police command post.
Where were they set up?
Behind Stop and Shop at 400 Chief Justice Cushing Highway.
And how was the large-scale search done of the area?
There were canines. There was the Metro Search and Rescue Team and the State Police CERT team conducting an area search of that wooded area.
Now, was anything recovered in that search?
No.
Sir, what was done to try and find surveillance video in that area?
Neighborhood canvasses were conducted.
And how'd you do that?
We requested assistance from neighboring agencies, their detectives, to come in. We'd pair a detective with a trooper, and they go around checking residents and businesses for any sort of security footage.
What was done as far as press conferences on the 6th?
My Chief Quigley, gave a press conference on that Friday.
Now, did you have the opportunity to speak to any people as far as witnesses on the 6th?
Yes.
Who did you speak to?
Jem Mutlu,
And where did that conversation take place?
the Cohasset Police Station.
And who was with you when that conversation took place?
Trooper DeChico.
And that day on the 6th, what was done as far as obtaining any digital devices from the defendant?
We collected on consent some digital devices.
And who went there to get those, if you know?
Lieutenant Fanning,
From what department?
Mass State Police.
And now, sir, when is it the next time you had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh after the interview on the 5th?
I spoke to him on the phone Friday.
The 6th?
Yes.
And after that conversation, did you ever speak to him again?
Saturday.
Saturday. And where did that conversation take place?
At the same dining room table in his home.
And who was present for that conversation?
Myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, Attorney Minor, and the defendant.
And about what time did that conversation begin on the 6th?
About 2 p.m.
Was anything returned to him on the 6th?
The digital devices that we had on consent.
And were you present for that?
Yes.
Now, have you had the opportunity to review the statement from January 7th?
Yes,
And does it fairly and accurately reflect the defendant's statements?
it does.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth would seek to have marked as Exhibit 55 the next drive that has the interview from January 7th.
Any new objections?
Same objection.
All right, they're acknowledged. The audio from 1/7/23 is now marked and in evidence as Exhibit 55. Thank you.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I begin playing Exhibit 55?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
The reporter is on. It is 13:52 on 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective with Cohasset Police. Present is
Dave DiCicco. I'm a DICICCO trooper with the Northwest PA.
Philip Proctor, PRO, CTOR, Detective of Norfolk County DA's office.
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian Walshe.
And I'm Brian Walshe.
perfect. Thank you.
And we've agreed that I get a copy of the report.
Absolutely. Not a problem.
We were just talking about social media emails with kind of passwords that Anna may use. And so staying on that topic, let's just try to go through all methods of communication that you know Anna uses. She knows she has a cell phone. Within that cell phone, applications that she uses to communicate, I know are Viber. And does that generate a separate phone number, or is that just within networks of texting like WhatsApp? Right?
Yeah, it's, so she's used WhatsApp as well, but Viber is how she gets in touch with her sister mostly. But she used it a lot when she was in Belgrade.
Did she have any applications on her phone that generate a secondary telephone number or anything like that you know?
No.
Did she make any calls to Snapchat or Instagram?
Instagram, she might use Instagram. I don't know much about that. And the iMessenger stuff has been people been calling her on that. It's been coming on my phone over the last week, so.
And password for Instagram?
Those are the passwords that we use for stuff, the banking. So I don't know if she uses it for that or not.
And Bayograd is capital B, lowercase B-O-G-R-A-E-1, or $sign at the end.
Right. She usually uses that for accounts that we were, like, that she wanted to get me on. So, like, the credit cards. So, maybe the bank accounts, I don't really ever look at the bank accounts, but Netflix and things like that.
Back to any other methods of communication well, Facebook, for example, do you have access to
I don't think I have access to that. She whatever she put in my phone is what I had. But Facebook, Instagram were the ones I knew. Email, text, and phone calls. I mean, Venmo. I don't know if that's it. Yeah. Right. So Venmo would be something.
With regard to the financials, we had talked about, you gave us a list, I think it was 5 banking institutions that you guys use. If I remember correctly, it was Fidelity, Chase, Apple Credit Union, Marblehead,
Liberty Bay. Yeah, Grand Union. Liberty Bay. Liberty Bay is a credit union or something. And they have they have one of their locations right here in Hingham. Or is that the credit union in Virginia?
Is it Liberty Bay or Liberty Bank?
Liberty Bay. Yeah.
And didn't she recently open an account in DC?
I think she was using her Apple Credit Union.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about Capital One?
No, I had a credit card from Capital One.
You wouldn't have access to
No,
that?
definitely. No, not for that one. No.
All right, let's, anything else from the
The money that was moved from the sale of the house to that escrow or 1031 exchange. I think what else? I mean,
And where is that, not your account in escrow? Or just circling back to that?
Yeah.
But I think you said, what was that, about $250,000?
Yeah, so 200,000 or more.
And is that, those are proceeds from the sale of the Rich Street condo?
Yes, 10, December 29th.
December 29th is when the sale went to the vote.
That's when the money hit, yeah.
And what is the property that exchange is slated to go into?
Well, there wasn't anything chosen yet. There was possibilities in Baltimore, but there was also, talk about something here in Massachusetts.
Okay.
But Baltimore, I think, was the main focus.
You guys haven't proposed?
No, there has been
signed
no,
any on-
nothing.
And you have a couple other properties in there?
2 in Lynn, none in Revere.
Excuse me. Yeah, and any other assets?
There's what's in Belgrade, there's a condo there and probably a small bank account that her and her mother share.
That would be like an account bank in Belgrade.
Yeah.
Is the condo in Belgrade in her name or is her
It's
mom's?
in mom's name. They have a piece of property across that her and her sister own.
Which one is that?
There's a piece of property across from the condo in Belgrade that her and her sister inherited from her father. And then there's her, it doesn't sound like she went international, but then there's the country house, which is about 45 minutes out of Belgrade. That's in her mother's name. It was never in her father's name.
And these are all, the assets we talked about in the U.S., those are all joint with you, correct?
Well, everything's in honor name.
Well, yeah,
Yeah.
in our name, but, all right. Fair enough. Is there any business dealings, properties that she was pursuing on her without your,
Without my knowledge?
well, without your knowledge, you wouldn't know, but without your, input, so to speak, like she was kind of like, this is my project, I'm doing this, that sort of thing,
Yeah.
I'll handle this.
No, that's not how our marriage works at all. If she was doing something like that, then I would have zero information about it. We talked about everything, when she was looking for the dog, she was looking for a new car, all these things.
So her business life, obviously, expire, and then was real estate investment portfolio. That's all right, all that.
Only my company, the Lens company. Yeah, it's a cybersecurity training company, and that's a new company that I've been working on with my business partners. So that's what I do when I'm watching the kids and doing other stuff. So that's my main focus, and we've been building it up over the last 2 years.
Is that off the ground running?
It's off the ground running. It's not profitable yet, but we're looking to go cash flow positive this year.
Cybersecurity.
Training, yeah, human-based cybersecurity training.
So, what does that entail? What does that do?
We work with an IA psychologist or a workplace psychologist who's my business partner as well, and we come in and train high-functioning teams like yourself in multi-team systems. Right now, you're reaching out to all sorts of different teams, and the ability to work cohesively with another high-functioning team is very important, especially for cybersecurity and for cybersecurity breaks. So, and it's all about incident response.
Any major financial losses with that?
No, not at all. No, in fact, we're looking to close a large deal with the UK government. We've got 5 or 6 possibilities, and we have a partner in the UK called QA, where they sell a lot of trainings to private and public companies over there. So it's been moving pretty quickly for a small startup.
Other businesses that you have, anything is that your sole
That's the main.
business at the moment?
That's the main focus. Yeah.
The trading card business?
Yeah, there's the fresh pool, but that's not really a focus. It's just it's a mutual friend of Anna and I's who asked for support, and we've been doing that over the last year or two, but looking to unwind out of that as fast as possible. Just wasn't a business that I was terribly interested in, and I was happy to support Jesse, but also I don't see the financial benefits of that.
Is there a large investment on your end for that, or did they start that up?
Yeah, I mean, we helped them out with definitely a good amount of money, $50,000 or so.
Place to recoup that money?
Yes,
Off in that business?
yes, yeah. The focus is to recoup that and actually to use that money for restitution. Yes.
What was the investment in the cybersecurity? Was that a huge?
Yeah, I can actually have the exact numbers on that. We've, I guess it would be 90, so let's say $80,000 over 2 years.
That's on track.
We have a government contract now that's going to pay us $40,000 this year, and it's for over 5 years. So things go well, and then we got to close any of the UK deals. And once that happens, we would be cash flow positive. Both my partners and I have not taken any salaries out of those yet, though. So
Did your partner in the trading card business?
he's invested.
Dissolving?
No.
Dissolving? Or
No. I'm not partners. No. No, I'm just a.
Invested?
Yeah, it was a support system for him, and we're friends. I saw opportunity during the pandemic. Things have really cooled off in that market, and that's why I'm looking to unwind, and hopefully he'll be able to. He got rid of one of his partners, and now he and someone else are going to run it themselves. When they're bringing on a couple other people, just wasn't for me. He's invested over $100,000 in the business, and he hasn't taken any money or salary for the last 18 months, and he's looking to make another investment in the business possibly.
No idea. Trading card business.
Oh yeah, neither did I. They have some boxes like $10,000. It's kind of insane.
So there's a plan for new partners, new investment partners is that how you're going to recoup your 50?
Unclear at this time, excuse me, but he is bringing on someone who's got a huge amount of inventory, which is what they didn't have, and that's going to, off the sales of that, I could recoup my money, definitely.
We brought out a restitution.
Yes.
What is the timetable for that to be resolved? What's going on?
We don't have a timetable.
They don't give
That's why
I have been
together.
pressing to get as much paid as possible, as soon as possible, but we don't have any deadlines.
So is the case of Bernstein? How that works?
I would like as much restitution as possible to be paid prior to sentencing.
Yeah.
At sentencing, whatever money has not yet been paid, people have a time period to pay it, set by probation. It's usually 3 to 5 years, typical.
Okay.
But it's always beneficial, everybody, the defendant, to pay off things as quickly as possible. So that's always my goal, but there's no timetable imposed.
What's the total dollar amount of restitution that's settled? That's still like ballpark.
Ballpark 450,000.
Well, we've already paid, close to $200,000,
How did we pay that much?
175.
That much. It's a little complicated because Brian's mother put up bail money of $75,000 that she has pledged towards restitution. So once he's sentenced, you get that back, but she's not getting it back. It's going towards restitution. And I think you paid.
Oh, and 90,000. So 165. Yeah. And there's definitely $200,000 more. Right, just so you know, Anna's main thing was like, when are you going to DC? And the reason why I couldn't was because it's not resolved. She was like, well, you're going to come to DC, then we'll just pay that bill. And I was like, it doesn't exactly work that way.
So the monitoring that we want to do is should be concluded at sentencing, obviously.
It was supposedly, it would have been concluded in October. I think so.
Hingham Savings Bank and New Bank, is that something that you want to use for things?
I went down to Cohasset town when we got here, and I opened up at the local bank. It's in, it was the oldest bank in the United States or Massachusetts, and I thought, oh, this is great. I'll have a personal account there. I never used the Hingham Savings. But all the restitution money went in, and I took, so I put it all in there and wrote the check out. So that was the whole point of that. But I never did anything with that account. No access to it at all. I know it's been closed for over a year.
Possibility that she had an account that you didn't know about? Would that surprise you?
It would surprise me. Yeah, it definitely would surprise me. But I mean, anything's possible. When she got the JetBlue card, she told me she was getting it. So
going back just to round up that restitution and sentencing, is there a possibility that you're going to be incarcerated at all into this?
possible.
Possible.
Yeah.
Still on the table. Yeah.
Of 6 months. But that has not, that's all been put under suspense because of this.
So that's also going to be enjoyed.
Because,
Yeah.
I mean, it's one thing if Anna could take care of the kids for 6 months.
Yeah.
It's another thing if she can't.
But also, I mean, Anna and my mother both lost their minds. They were not having it. So
The fact that you made
well,
for 6 months.
after all of this, because we've been apart for so long, she's like, why do we do all of this? Why do we struggle this much? I mean, the cost of this house and running the townhouse and all the traveling and not being together. I remember being very upset when I talked to her about it.
Did you guys discuss the plan for the kids if you were to go, say you were to go in for 6 months, like where would the kids go?
We discussed the plan of the kids going to DC without me, and we discussed that on September 1st because we only got this house for 6 months.
Okay.
I had said maybe that's not a good idea. I don't know how long I will be able to see you or the children, and you'll be all by yourself. There will not be a lot of support. But we decided to do another 6 months here, which ends March 1st. Now, as we had a difficult holiday season because of not being able to see each other and her mother's illness and having to go to Belgrade, take a vacation there, not here, I said maybe it's time to send the kids and I'll get a smaller place and we'll have to figure it out. And she said, well, let's discuss it. We're supposed to discuss it, for the new year, and especially after the news that Tracy gave us a few days before, and also what was Tracy going to say if I take it with the kids, and I try to do it with the kids, and I said, but I also said you're exhausted without the kids. Think about what that's going to be like, having 3 boys at the house, and we only do a pond, so there was a lot up in the air. There's a huge amount of stress with that.
Yeah, that's a big life change. So what, got a nanny over there in DC?
We were thinking of moving Robin. Robin is relatively new. We were going to ask her if that would work out. When she was in Serbia, she asked a few people if she was going to fly them in maybe. Her mother and my mother can no longer support the kids. They're just not in shape. They were a few years ago, and now it's just not possible. She's like, I bring my mother in. I was like, your mother's never, she can't let us. Yeah. Well, I mean, they were watching, her mother did help us a few years ago with 2, but it just wasn't possible anymore. So, especially after her neurological incident last year. So
how did that conversation, where did that rest? Where did you guys leave that?
Well, I left a message for her, and I was going to get more information from Tracy, and I was going to speak to Anna, and I'll just speak to my mother about it too. They both have a huge investment. Nothing had been decided, but that's where the thing was.
Okay, so I'd like to go back to first the left here. We really need to iron out what you did that day and previous couple interviews, told us that I had left him alone at 6, and I think you said you got up at 7:30.
Yeah, a little after 7.
7:30 with breakfast. And
French toast, yeah.
that's his previous. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not giving a kiss or anything.
Yeah, right.
So why don't we just start at when you got out of bed and just left it?
Yeah, of course. So we go get out of bed, and then because Brian wakes up, and then I came down. I didn't change in Brian because I had to go to William's room. So sometimes, like I said, I'm supposed to change in the morning. I don't always. And then William was still asleep in his room at the time, but Brian was up. Brian likes to come down the stairs himself, so I got down, and then Thomas was already on the couch. They started wanting to leave early for work, and he's like, yeah, I already know, say goodbye. I was like, all right, French toast time. So Brian came down, I made the breakfast, and, emptied out, cleaned up after some of the stuff from last night's dinner, emptied out the dishwasher and that stuff. And then I went up to get William and bring him down for the breakfast. So then we had the breakfast, which is the kids love the French toast on days off. And then was it coconut melon? Was I think what I put on for the kids. I think that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there was that. The kids have their iPads too, as you know. There's a lot of new toys that we were playing with. So that was most of the morning. I didn't have the phone at the time. I think I emailed. I made sure the email was in my. So Zach and Daniel, who are we basically work every day. We're always in contact every day, so I wanted them to know that my phone wasn't working in case something was coming across to let them know that I could only get emails on it and my mother. So those are the 3 emails I sent out. I was going to send out more, but I just didn't have time. But I figured the phone would show up. So Robin came in, and the kids were excited to see Robin. And then I got ready. I hadn't gotten ready at all. I showered and everything like that. So and I had time from 3 to 9 to leave the house, and it was to go to my mother. But I had to go out and get the milk and the juice and some other things. Mainly the milk was the reason why I went to Shaw's. And then I came back and set that up. So I left at 4 instead of leaving at 3. And then I drove up and saw my mother, and then a couple errands. CVS and Whole Foods is the main things that I remember. I talked to her, the usual stuff, made sure everything was going well, and then I drove back, and that was my main. That was the main thing. I think I got back, at 8 or something like that.
And you're in the house the rest of the night?
Yeah, that's it. It's my times are pretty strict, so and I'm. You call, I'm 100% compliant on those.
Right. So when you first left the house at Shaw's?
Yeah, around a little after 3.
I think you went to Walgreens and go to Walgreens after Shaw's?
I might have gone to Walgreens. I'm trying to think. I might have gotten some baseball cards for Thomas or something like that. Yeah, I only know about it because of the Fresh Bowls. Barnes and Noble is the place where you get baseball cards too.
Okay. So you don't know if you go to Walgreens?
I do go to Walgreens a lot when I'm next to Shaw's. But yeah, so I don't recall. I was pretty focused on making sure I had enough milk.
Okay. So then after that, you come home.
Yeah.
What do you do while you're here?
Oh, I just got the stuff in the fridge, and basically told Robin I was heading out. Checked on the boys and things like that, and then I was gone.
And like direct to your mom?
Yes, I did.
What was that? What's that address again?
330 Paradise Road.
Paradise and
Swampscott.
your condo.
What?
Your
Condos on one, yes, sir.
And that's private. That's a single family in Swampscott?
It's at something called The Landing. It's like an apartment complex or something.
What unit is
1320.
Okay, so you were directed at Swampscott. What route did you drive up there?
It was a little difficult because I got lost because I didn't have the GPS.
Okay.
So it took a bit longer. I went the wrong way, and then I came probably. So what did I do? Because I noticed it was going 1A. I went at 1, and then I came across on 114 or something, and then was able to get up to what's it called? The Swampscott.
So it took longer than normal.
It took longer than normal, yeah.
How long do you estimate it took to get there?
Normally, I mean, with no traffic, you can make it in, maybe 60, 70 minutes, but I probably took I took over a little bit over 90 minutes, maybe. So I was probably there, I was there before 6, but after 5:30.
Okay. Where did you got lost?
I went on 1 instead of going on 1A, and I kept driving further than I had to.
And what did you do with the mom?
She didn't know that I was coming because I normally call in advance. So it took a while to get in. She's like, "Who is it?" She's always, she's like, I was like, "It's your son, supposed to be here." She's like, "You didn't call." I said, "I don't have a phone." And she opened the door, and then I came in, and then we just talked for a few minutes. I told her what was going on, and then I discussed if she, I forget if I brought stuff at the time, or I don't think so. I think I went back out and then brought some stuff from wherever she needed. A couple I forget what it is, but normally it's frozen foods that she likes. I don't have the exact name of it, and that's a couple things from CVS. She likes clean pads. Is usually she can't have enough gloves and clean pads and things like that since the pandemic.
Okay. So you left Yvonne to CVS,
And then there's I was just in that area, that Swampscott area.
The Whole Foods and CVS?
Yes. Not that I can call it to stop. Sometimes I go to Stop and Shop or what is it, Home Goods, but not this time around.
You probably wouldn't want to stop and shop at the Whole.
Well, they have the food. Also, the food for the dog is like 25% more expensive at Whole Foods than it is at Stop and Shop. So yeah, so there are times where I would go to get stuff, and obviously Market Basket and things like that. So
you get some grocery shopping for your mom.
just a little bit, yeah. She does not require a huge amount. So
and back to mom's after CVS, Whole Foods, and what you say you remain there?
yeah, just a little bit. We just discussed things, and she was like, "What's going on?" And she actually, we discussed what Tracy had said. She's like, she basically said, "You have to get to DC with the family." Is one of the takeaways, and that was the main thing.
What's her plan when you ultimately get to DC? She's going with you?
Yes, she's coming with us. She's going to live in a separate residence. She's independent, but much closer right now. We're really struggling because she's been far away, and she's like, "I'm not moving, especially after the pandemic, and I'm certainly not moving temporarily." So that's why she didn't move down. She was about to move down to Cohasset, but then we were moving, and she was like, "Okay, well, until I know where you guys are, it's not happening." So I get that. That makes sense. Yes, we were going to bring her to what's the place in Hingham, the Landmark or the.
I don't live down here.
Oh, okay, I got it. Yeah. Shipyard. There you go. Thanks.
There's condos and.
Yeah, I thought that would be good for her and close enough.
Okay, so you guys were there, and when you come home, do you stop anywhere on the way home?
No.
No gas stops?
Oh. I don't think so.
No.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Did I get gas? I'm sorry. I'll have to check on that. I don't think I got gas.
You only pay for things with gas or credit card?
Yeah, I was about to say I usually pay for stuff in a credit card, so if I did get gas, I'd know.
And your credit card would be.
I use the Freedom card. Yeah, Chase Freedom.
Is that an account that was joint?
That's a joint account, the Chase account's between on and I, yeah.
Okay, so from Swampscott, sounds like you come directly home, and then because I looked at your monitoring,
Yeah,
sounds about right.
yeah, it does sound about right.
Within those records, it has like a description of, well, you have to notify them of the load, right?
Right.
And what is that done? Is that done in the morning you want to leave, tell them?
Oh, no.
Here today? Is that
No. So, with Marlene, every Thursday I send her an email. If you go through my emails, you can kind of look through them. You can look through all of those. And I say, so these are the requests for the week. This is what I'll be doing at this time. May I have permission to take, to school or whatever it is. Now, there are some other things that are constant, like taking the kids to school is all set up, right? So I have to take school from Monday to Friday and stuff like that. So those I don't make requests for. The other things, like if I have to see Tracy in person, or see my probate lawyer, or support my mother, or take the kids to a game that's not, I make those requests in advance. If anything changes, I am able to ask about changes. They're supposed to be 72 hours in advance, though. So same day would have to be an emergency situation.
Okay. I think the particular trip that on Sunday when you went to Swampscott, I think it was the description said mom drop off.
Yes. So I was supposed to take because she was having cataract surgery, so she was coming over. This is what happened. So she was going to come over. I went and I picked her up, and I brought her back to the house. So she was okay. So let me figure this out. We went on the 20th or something, or the 21st for her surgery. At that point, she couldn't do a lot, so she was at the house here. We're taking care of her. Then I drove her up, set her up at her place so that she could be comfortable away from the kids. She's unable to stay here for extended periods of time, and also so that she likes to leave on, and I can have time alone as well. Then I went to pick her up and brought her back, and then she was going to stay until the 1st. She left early, and I said, I'll come up. And she's like, I have everything. And I said, okay, I'm all set for Sunday. I'll come up and make sure you're all set for the week so that we're all, everything's good. I'm glad you're feeling better. So we didn't know how fast she recovered much quicker from this cataract surgery than the first one. So I went up to support her instead of drop her off so that she made sure she had everything.
The day you did drop her off early, what was that?
No, her car was here because we brought her car in before her surgery, and then she's like, I can drive, I'm fine. She left on Thursday.
Okay. So you're here Sunday night. Here's the night you go out on Monday. Do you have any scheduled? I can't recall off the top of my head if you have.
I don't believe I had scheduled time on Monday. I probably took. I guess I did have a little bit of scheduled time to do things with the boys. Normally it's for school, but they didn't have it, so I took Thomas for. I remember taking Thomas for ice cream or something like that. So to mix it up a little bit. And what was the other thing? I think that was it. I think that was the only time I left. I don't remember leaving in the morning.
So you said you took Thomas and the other boys stayed here?
Other boys stayed here with a while.
What time did she go?
I don't remember. I think I had her come over pretty early because Anna had left, and at the time I didn't have the phone. If you look at the text messages, she's like, so when she left on Sunday, I said, hey, can you come on Monday? I'm all by myself with the boys. I don't know what's happening. I don't have the phone. She said, sure, but she texted me and said, is 9 okay? I was able to get in touch with her. We didn't have the phone at the time, but I was able to, that's when she went out and went through all the garbage in the middle of the day. looking for the phone.
Yeah, he's in the board, sometimes they throw it.
Right, yeah.
Didn't say they found a speaker.
There was a speaker, and then there was the coffee grinder. I was like, that was kind of weird.
What kind of speaker was it?
I don't know. It's something that Anna had gotten, but when once it was clean, it didn't work anymore, so it all went back in. But I appreciated Robin bringing it all out.
You guys got any Amazon Alexa, Google Voice devices in there?
No.
Okay, so you recall once on.
Yeah, that was it.
Ice cream?
I think, yeah, usually I go get a treat with Thomas. I tried it one-on-one time with him. William and Brian also like it, so I'm trying to mix it up. But I don't have a huge amount of time.
It was a good ice cream truck.
Nuna's over in Hingham was good.
Yeah. That's where you got around.
I think, is that where we went? He wanted to go somewhere. He was asking about somewhere else. I think he wanted to go to Press. He wanted to go to Press, which is the, what's that place? Press is in Norwell or something like that. No, it's actually, it's a healthy place, but he thinks he's getting a chocolate milkshake, but it's just a chocolate banana. I don't know. He figured that he's like this. He's found it to be tasty, so I was like, well, that's better than ice cream. So.
So, we're in the Monday. I mean, at what point do you really start to get
Nervous?
genuinely concerned?
Monday. Yeah, when I had the phone. Once I got the phone, she was getting in touch with me. I was like, well, this is like, that was weird. And we're over time, basically. So, I talk to her, yeah, all the time. So, but the week or so before, we had the same situation. Yeah, for Christmas and everything. So, I didn't want to freak out at that point. So I was like, you know what, let me see what happens in the morning. And then that's when all the texts started coming. I was like at 6, I wake up pretty early. So I texted her, I was like, what's going on? That's when I got in touch with Alyssa. And she told me to calm down. And my mother told me to calm down. And Sandra, her sister, was like, I was going to 12:31. No one seemed to worry, but I was like, maybe I'm being insane. And I almost called work last time, and Anna's like, do not embarrass me at work. And my husband calling around for me. So I was going to call on Tuesday, but I didn't, and I should have. And then I didn't hear from her. And then on Wednesday morning, that's when I called. I started to call the lines. I don't have a number of someone at work. I realized too. So I called I called the Mazda building, called Crossing building. I was going to call Jeff Chan. I didn't have his number. While I was looking for that number, Graham got in touch with me and said, "Hi, is what's going on?" And I was like, "He goes, Brian Walshe, his husband." Oh, thank you, sir. Is she there? He's like, is there a problem? I was like, not if she's at work. And that's when this all. Wednesday morning. That was Wednesday morning. 4th, yeah, 72 hours.
But you're concerned on Monday, on Tuesday.
Everyone's telling me to calm down.
Everyone's telling you to calm down.
And I was going to call work, and the whole thing was like, don't embarrass her at work, and that's when I kept texting, like, where are you? I emailed her, I said, you're missing again.
Who's Alexandra?
Alexandra's sister. So she's got, her name is Alexandra, but Anna has all sorts of different names for her. Alex, Sally, Saleh, so all sorts of, so she has a bunch of nicknames. That's Anna's sister.
I saw you communicated with her through the
Viber, yeah.
And on the 4th, which is Wednesday, you'd already told her that you can't get a hold of her.
Yeah.
But then she starts talking about the police. That the police, they're coming on her. Police are going to wait. Why would you tell her to wait?
Tell her to wait to call the police because I was at the time I was talking to Petition Inspire people, and the guy Huey was going to get everything in motion. He's the one who said I'll call DC, and he met them, and then he's the one who called Cohasset to get everything going because he's ex Secret Service and everything. So I mean, I asked, basically I was going to do it myself, and he's like, let me do it. And this the human resource officer, Teresa, who immediately got me in, who called me. She's like, I'm driving over now. I'm gonna tune you in with Huey. So I was like, okay, because I've never filed a missing person report or anything like that. She said we have support for you, but there was no delay by doing that. In fact, I feel like things happened a lot quicker.
I think things happened pretty quick after Cohasset.
Yes. Right. Yeah, 100%. And I think it was, I'm sorry, I only know this person, Greg immediately came over and he got the information down and he came over again and then Huey called me. Greg gave me the missing persons report, but it was Huey who gave me the incident report.
The name Richard Walker?
No. Who's that?
It's last week the lead,
On that,
yeah.
Brian's mother
Yeah.
would like to offer a report.
Yeah, and I will run up by the people I gotta run by, and I think, that goes both ways, Generate a lot more leads, generate a lot more time wasting.
Exactly. Instead of focus. Anyway, she wanted me to raise that.
Okay, she spoke to me about it and I said talk to Tracy, so.
But what does she want to offer for a reward?
But she'll offer, I mean, she'll offer more, I will offer anything.
That's the concept of,
That's her starting point.
yeah, I was before that.
But before we do anything, we're
Yeah.
getting approval.
No, it's
from you
important
guys.
that we still.
Sometimes you just make public announcements on their own and offer.
Right, no,
We're not-
we don't want to do anything
No,
that's
we're-
going to impede the
Yeah,
investigation.
thank you.
No,
Appreciate that.
we're working in alignment with you, that's our focus.
When I called you that next day about the media,
Right.
probably pick it up,
Yeah.
make inquiries.
Yeah.
This is kind of along the same.
Yeah, it hasn't, it's only created more stress.
I just want to work on the same team.
Yeah.
The media kind of has their own.
Yeah, right, selling newspapers. And that's why we brought Tracy's here to, basically a cool head in a time where, the rest of us are not operating really very well. And also to, protect me for, my other people problems that I'm having.
Yeah. Main goal here is to find out.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of noise from leads, from everywhere.
Do you have any other names?
Not off the top of my head. I was just home to what we got here.
Okay.
That name, I figured I'd throw it out. But it does not.
No. Do you have any other information?
No,
Okay.
not right now.
All right.
Obviously, we have
Is he an Uber driver or a Lyft driver?
Richard Walker?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you-
I don't even know if he exists.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm asking, why
no,
you ask that?
Anna had a regular, I don't know if it was Lyft or Uber, but said that, like, if someone out here, she kept recognizing. Like, it was the same person
Oh, really?
that would come out. I mean, I guess there's not a lot, this is not a high, so 2 or 3, or I don't know how many times, but I never got the person's name. No, just that he was, was very nice and, good driver.
What about the type of vehicle?
No, I didn't get any info. I didn't think about it. I mean, that's. But I know that she normally you never see an Uber driver twice, and I think she saw him at least twice, if not more.
Some people, private number, driver that have direct account with the company.
Right. I don't know if that ever. Yeah, I asked, "Are you doing that?" And at the time when I asked, it was a while ago, she said no. So
You specifically asked that.
I said, "Are you going to just hire him directly?" She had said no. So that's where we left it, and that was a month ago or 2 months ago or something.
And what rideshare service was it?
I'm pretty sure it was Uber. It could be Lyft. I never, she was running both of the apps and seeing what the pricing was always. I don't know. She usually gets the regular stuff. Whatever was available. And she was leaving very early in the morning from Cohasset. So there were days when I was awake early on, and she was worried about if she was going to make it to the airport because we couldn't get anyone, or they were 30 minutes out.
obviously, with not missing, public and many people, they're gonna have their suspicions about you and when
Sure.
you get something done. It's important.
Tracy is prepared for that.
Yeah, we know that's not lost on you, and it's important for us to iron out a really good timeline for you and set out and well, any suspicions of that even quicker, and benefits both of us.
Sure.
And that's part of the reason we're doing the timeline, and what we did on Sunday and Monday, and 4 weeks is good. But that's why I really want you to kind of think hard and never stop when you left on Sunday or when you went out on Monday, stuff that we can verify, what we can't verify. We basically want to know where you went, what you drove, and where you stopped. But we also like to hear from about so as far as the trip on Sunday, the first time you left the house was to go to Shaw's. Is that correct?
Yes.
And potentially Logan, if you don't want.
Sure, I forget about that. Possible.
Back here, back out for Swan.
Right.
Route travel again up there.
Is Route 1.
So from here, like when they leave here, we go out to the side.
Take a right, and then I drive over to, I get over to I think it's Derby Street area, right? So I take the left and go through all that. Then I get up onto, I guess, 93, is that right? Or something like that. Then then I get to Boston, and through Boston, and then up 1, I guess this was going to 1A, but I stayed on 1 somehow. Because I've gotten so used to not having directions, right? Or having directions, not having directions. I was just, and then I got myself further up than I should have, and I came across.
So at what point did you go down the line?
The ship. The
No,
ship.
I don't know.
So there's there's the ship on the north shore. So you're on Route 1. There's a ship. The Christmas tree store used to be there. I think on the right. Yeah. So I think I think I've gone too far, and I don't know how to use my GPS in the Volvo because I never use it.
Okay, so do you turn around or you keep going?
No, I went. I looked around, and I think I took 114. I'm not sure. I just took a right because I knew that I knew my mother was here, and I was like over here, and I could go across.
Okay, so you got across, I think, on Route 114.
I think so. Yeah, that's. I remember that.
And that brings you over to what? To what route?
Well, I think it brings me over to Lynn, and then from there I snaked around, and then got to the water and up to Swampscott.
You took by your condos and Lynn to check them out?
No, I did not at all.
Are those occupied?
They were both occupied. Yes. You're welcome to. I mean, we have to talk to the tenants, and you're welcome to look at them if you want.
Okay, so you cut through Lynn and you go direct to Mont, is that right?
Yes.
And how long did it take you?
Not long. Just it's a good question. I don't really have a timeline now, but let's say 15 minutes.
Okay, so you estimate it took you about 90 minutes to get there, is that right?
Something like that, yeah. So I left there around 4, so I should have been out of there by 6 or around that 6 o'clock time.
To go to run the errand?
Yeah, I run the errands, and I got back, and I was there a bit longer, and then back home.
And again, the errands were to Whole Foods?
ZBS, yeah.
And you had to go to two stores because, were you looking for Whole Foods?
Yeah, I was frozen foods at Whole Foods, and then CVS, usually the wipes, the alcoholic wipes and stuff like that.
And don't follow any
I do not, sir. I might have gotten gas, I don't know, I have to check.
And with that, your mom's got that and
Yeah, yeah, there you go.
conversation about.
obviously I ended up being there for New Year's, and she's like, okay, how are things going? I said, yeah, it was going, we had a great night, and then she's like, is Robin at the house? I said, yes, I gotta get back, and she came late, and I don't have my phone, so my mother got worried that I'm back. She's got her phone, so there was a lot of discussion about that, and then, me getting to see with the kids, she's like, you can't, like, this is going on too long, and, that was pretty much it. And now that a lot of her surgeries are done now up here too, so it's a good, she was like, it's a good time. I've done my cataract surgery, I've had all of my, my checkups for my lungs, so this would be a good time to go.
You guys did have a conversation with
Yeah, she asked, like, where's Lana? And I said she had to go for work, and then she was like, well, she's working all the time, and I said, yeah. Yeah. No, last time, on December 24th, when she worked up until 7 p.m. and then she missed the flight on, there was I was like, what's going on? And she basically said, you're asking a lot of questions. What's going on? I was like, well, it seems really odd that you have to work like so late on December 24th. And she said, hey, I said I was going to take care of it. And then I said, all right. So I didn't want to get into it, especially she was obviously hesitant to tell me that she wasn't going to be able to stay the whole time. So I didn't want to, we had a great night. So I was like, okay, well. And then she also said, I'm going to have more time for Martin Luther King Day, 4 or 5 days. I remember her saying that she's like, it's all going to work out. I'm behind. She got sick after coming up for Christmas, so I guess she had to work from home on Tuesday, and she felt like behind for the year. So it could have been that she was wanting to get ahead, but she said that there was something that was important that she had to be at. I assumed, I haven't told you the stories I make up in my head, but if you're interested, I have there's no basis other than like, this is what I thought it might be, but I thought something at the Mazda building. That's where she was till 7 p.m. On the 24th of December. In the morning, she sent me, if you look at the text, she's like, there's leaks, like at 8 a.m. on that. So I assume something must have gone on over there, and she's supposed to live right next door. That's so the fact that she's here and not right next door, someone might call her and say something like that. She would be like, well, I have to get over there. And she was always busy on the phone with stuff going on. So, well, she lives. Our townhouse is right next door to the Mazda building, so she can walk over, right? So the fact that she's always here doesn't. I don't know. Again, this is all of my conjecture. Like, she's like, well, if we were at the townhouse and something went on at the Mazda building on New Year's Day or any time, she could get up, walk over, deal with it, and come right back. We'd be fine. But no, but she manages all the people and stuff there. So, and she's it's an in-person job. It's not something like that she does over the phone and stuff like that. So but again, that was something that's in my head. Yeah.
Why do you think she was obviously resident to tell you she had to go back to work?
Because we lost a lot of time over the holiday season.
When did she actually tell you that she was?
She alluded to it when she arrived on a Friday, and she was busy on Saturday saying that she was running, things were running behind, and then she basically said, "I'm going to go back." She kept saying, "I have to go back early." Then after Jen left, she said, "I have to go back tomorrow."
So she mentioned it a few times that she had to go back early, but then after Jen left, she said,
Right. So in the morning, and I was like, "Well, that's somewhat surprising," but considering like the Thanksgiving schedule, the last 2 months, it wasn't surprising because she was supposed to be here for Thanksgiving, that got canceled. And then when she came back on December 6th, she was supposed to be here for 5 days, but she was only here for a few hours. She was supposed to be here for Christmas, New Year, Christmas Eve and all of that. And then that got compressed, and then she drove up, so she's only here from 8 p.m. to 5 p.m. on the 26th. So all of that became a pattern that we were getting compressed on our schedules. That dude also do the flags and things like that.
Late on, forced to work so late on Christmas Eve, about it hard to believe.
Yes. No, I mean, I was like, why? Yeah, I was complaining about it. That's the best way to execute. No, I mean, no, I don't think so. I just was like, I said, who else is working on that at that time? But they, I guess they made a decision to get all of this stuff out of there early. I could see that, you know, corporate style. And she did say, hey, the 24th is a working day in retail, Brian. And that is true.
What was her title?
She was the regional general manager.
So if like a problem occurred in one of these buildings, there's not anybody underneath her?
There's GMs, yeah, definitely. But she... Yeah, that's a good point. Absolutely. Crossing did not have a GM for a long time, so she was playing GM over there. That guy Graham who called me was the new GM, and then Mazda was kind of her project because it was closing, so she was very hands-on over there. For the other buildings, there was less talk about the other buildings.
And just so I'm clear on the timeline, she had a flight Christmas morning. She worked late Christmas Eve.
Yes.
Okay. When did she actually show up at Christmas?
8 p.m. on Christmas Day.
On Christmas Day
Yes.
at 8 p.m.
Yes.
She just drove straight through.
Yes. Well, she missed her flight was canceled. It was like, they're canceled, and they're like, maybe we'll get you out. That's when the whole storm came, and then she just got in the car and started to drive. And I said, no, don't, get rest, which might have been better, but, it's very her. That is her to very, all out all the time.
Okay, so 8 p.m. on Christmas, she pulls in.
Yeah.
Yeah. You said you didn't suspect how I was lying to you until you arrived late. Did you ever suspect her of having an affair or an affair? Suspect her of sleeping in
No, not when we're married. I mean, like when we were dating other people, it was a bit different. But like in the last, 7, 8, or 9 years, no, absolutely not. And we have 3 kids, and I after I was arrested, I remember writing her notes, and I said, this might not be the life I promised you. If you want to leave, I understand. She said, no, let's do it together. And we were, we were focused on our relationship and the kids. I mean, it's more than just us; it's the children too. So. I really couldn't imagine that. She was very focused on work and family, and this would be it would be totally outside of her value system.
How would you react if she told you this? Angry, or would you just say angry?
Yeah, I would say. Yeah, I don't even know. I mean, my first inclination would be like, we're going to get divorced. Yeah, I would. I wouldn't even expect something like that to happen. But if she said, I assume, again, the story I made out is that she's like, I'm leaving you for someone else, not like I'm sleeping with someone.
What do you mean?
Well, I assume that if something like that happened, she would say, I'm leaving you for someone else. Not like, oh, I'm having an affair. That would be kind of weird. I don't know. I mean, she's very direct, but we always had these conversations. I said, I know it's been tough being separated, and she's like, yeah, you have to get to, but her whole thing was like, you and the kids get to DC as quickly as possible. That is not someone who's like having an affair.
What do you mean?
We've had conversations about, struggles that we're having being apart. And she was like, you have to get to, you and the kids have to get here as soon as possible. Not, there was nothing other than that. That was always her main focus.
Was there complaints about intimacy between you all the time?
Yeah, there was, it was certainly difficult, but, we did see each other enough, and that we were able to be intimate, on, a regular basis. Not the same as if you're living with someone, but in some ways, we took advantage of the time more than had we been together. I remember her bringing that up. she said, well, you know, when I'm here, like, you definitely make it a priority. Whereas when we were together, you're like, well, you can always wait another night, but here we can't. So that was something that we did discuss. But she didn't like this house. That was another thing. I mean, she was always complaining, like, we're in a rental. She hates rentals. So. But her having an affair, I just like, you know, it just doesn't make any sense to me. Also, where's the time? She was exhausted. She was always flying. At every moment, she was flying here or working. I mean, sure. I mean, anything's possible. It just sounds, all of the scenarios seem improbable. Certainly that does too. But maybe I'm not. I only see it like one way. And then who would it be with even? I was like, I don't even know.
These work emergencies common? Is that anyone there to share to pick up on?
Yeah, picking up and leaving was not common. Work emergencies were, I mean, maybe the word emergency is being misused, but, you know, upticks or something that, you know, just like an outlier. You know, there was the time when the FBI, you know, hit the crossing building. She was, all of a sudden, she was like inundated over there. And then the leaks at Mazda, TJ Maxx wanted to leave Mazda. Like these things that came up that like were disrupting her daily work were things that, you know, we talked about all the time. And that it was, you know, it was a huge pressure for her. And she didn't have all the personnel in place.
Actually, just to backtrack on something you said, she came home December 5th or early December, you said? And she was supposed to stay for 5 days?
Yeah.
She was home for a few hours. She was kind of...
Yeah, so basically, yeah, I guess it was the same thing. She was going to come in on, mind if I use the calendar here, thank you. So she was gone, yeah, I guess she came on the 7th, which is a Wednesday. And she had left on the 23rd, so 2 weeks in Belgrade. She was going to stay and leave on Monday the 12th. And then she told me she had to leave on the 8th. So that was so it was starting to get, I was starting to get used to it. I was like, wow, that's tough. I mean, and we did have I was upset. I had 2 weeks, you know, in Belgrade and 1 day here. You know, kids and I, you know, need more than that. So,
Your Honor, Mrs. Gilman, if I could ask you to pause. Your Honor, would it be an appropriate time now, or would you go this?
No, it'd be a good time now.
Thank you.
So jurors, thank you for your attention today. And I know from firsthand experience, and now you do too, how tiring it can be just sitting all day. So think about that. Get some fresh air when you can, either at lunch or when you get home. It helps from my experience. I'll leave you today reminding you of the 4 obligations that you have, and that I expect and know you will be obedient to them. First, don't do any research about this case. Don't speak to anyone about this case. Don't access any social media or news media, and continue to have open minds. I think of you as sponges in the jury box, taking in all of the information that's provided to you during the trial. Have a good night. And before you leave, don't think I'm oblivious to the fact that we're getting the first snowstorm. Lived here now a lot of years, and so I hate to say this out loud, but I will anyway. I don't have great confidence in, because it is such a complicated business, what the meteorologists are predicting. I did ask my clerk to check earlier this afternoon, sometime between 2 and 4, and it sounds like they're downgrading the expectations. But I don't want you to think your safety and your security is a priority to me, as is everybody that works here. So I'll be thinking about that tomorrow, and if it's appropriate to let you go earlier, I will if the forecast changes. But, well, I don't want to jinx this, but I'll leave it there. Jurors, have a good night. And again, thanks for your attention today.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebooks, leave them on the chairs. Follow me.
You may sit down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Please be seated. What is the plan for day 2?
Your Honor, we have approximately 40 more minutes of interviews to play. I believe I have about 30 to 40 minutes of an examination left of Sergeant Schmidt. There would be cross-examination. I leave that to counsel. And then we would put on Trooper Guarino to go over the results of the Safari searches, the Safari history of the MacBook, also mentioning the iPad and some of the work he did on one of the phones. I anticipate there's binders of information that would go in through him and that would be reviewed with him.
Those are binders that you, I think they're on my bench, but are those the 3 binders that we previously discussed?
Yes, Your Honor.
And remind me, I think I remember this correctly, that you have binders for each of the jurors? Or are you going to do them on the, all in the electronics?
We're going to do it on monitors. It's a lot of paper.
It is.
And I would easily break the machine. So that is the intention to do that. We are also going to call in another half a dozen witnesses if we go fast, and I will give counsel the list of the extra witnesses we'll have, because I'm not too sure what the cross will be, so I want to make sure we have more business available for us than we might get to.
All right, I appreciate that. And then I will keep an eye on the forecast. It's what I most recently read is they were downgrading it slushy, but the commute tomorrow, leaving work might be messy. If it starts to get messy here, I'll probably cut the day short. Hopefully the weather will stay rainy instead of snowing, but we'll be limber.
I also think that right now we're ahead of pace.
Good. All right. There was another question. I'm just hesitating to get up because I feel like there's something else I wanted to ask you. Can't bring it back right now. So I'll remember it right after I step off the bench, and then I'll pepper you with that either by email through the clerk or otherwise. Oh, I know what it was. I think earlier today when we were talking about the William Fasto text messages, I did see the final paragraph and went back, and it was Exhibit 199 that I was referencing, or paper number 199, not paper number 197. It's motion eliminate number 13, which goes back to the same arguments with regard to state of mind evidence. But at one point, I knew where to find some of those, whatever was marked for the grand jury, but I don't see it anymore. 2 things. One, best I can tell, according to my records, the defense never opposed that motion in limine. So if the opposition is different than the substance of the opposition to paper number 199, specific to Mr. Fasto, the defense should let me know that. When do we think we're going to see Mr. Fasto?
We're working on Thursday, Your Honor.
Okay, so everyone knows when it's going to be. And secondly, so that I can get prepared for those arguments, I want the Commonwealth to get me a copy of Mr. Fasto's emails.
Text messages.
Thank you.
Copy today I can give the court.
As-
It's not, I think, the one that the government would expect to introduce, I think has some photos blurred out, but just for the court to see. And we did submit a written objection to statements relating to state of mind. We didn't specifically reference his. If it would assist the court, I can certainly have something by tomorrow morning, even just a one-page highlighting and specifying our objection.
Right.
But I'll pass this up now just so you have it.
So I do have whatever you objected to for 199, and I went through Qualls or Quails or whatever the name, like how you pronounce the case at the time, and some of the cases that followed it. So I'm familiar with what the law is with regard to the state of mind exception. I just want to refresh my memory. There's certain of Mr. Fasto's text messages with Anna Walsh that I remembered from prior hearings, but this will help me. I'll take a look at this tonight.
And I'll get a one-page, just brief draft or brief memo, just outlining our argument a little more concisely with
All right.
respect to this.
All right. That's all I can think of right now. Any other questions, comments, needs? Commonwealth first.
No, Your Honor.
And defense, anything you want to raise with me? Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.